You need anything else from me right now?
Mm-mm.
What's this?
Oh, it's making drinks.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Alright, you good? You need anything else from me?
It should be good.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know.
Alright, let me see. I can't see anything. So.
You need me to readjust the camera for you?
Hello. Hi. I'm a little late. I'm still cutting out the bag. It's been a crazy day.
Do you need me to adjust the camera? Is it good?
It should be fine. Thanks.
Say bye, Mama. I love you.
Bye, Bubba's.
Come on.
So let me just turn on my camera real quick, or my video. Okay. So I'm just gonna finish cutting out the TrailBlazer. Like I said, I'm extremely behind. So I'm just cutting. Wait for some people to get on. Hello. So right now I'm just cutting out my exteriors, and now I need to cut out a couple more things. I have my straps and stuff. I don't know. Today just got away from me. So I'm making the TrailBlazer. I have the tops and bobbins template. So that's what I'm using. So I'm just going to real quickly cut the rest of these out. Then my interfacing and my I already did my side panels. And then I'm going to cut my linings out. All I need is my linings pretty much and some of my interfacing, and I'll be set to go. I think I should probably move our closer because I feel I can't see that far away.
When you put your food in the fridge or what?
Yeah, put it in the fridge, please. I'm gonna adjust y'all. I'm just gonna move y'all a little bit closer because I cannot read any of the comments. Hopefully, y'all can still see kind of what I'm doing. So I'm gonna be sewing on my new Thor. So I'm going to, for the first part of it, I will have my flatbed on. And then when we get to the part where I need to top stitch, for the at the very end when you top stitch around the bag, I'm going to show you how you take off the flatbed attachment and you can have the actual like cylinder machine. So I'm going to sew this whole entire bag on my Thor cylinder machine. I have not played with it yet, so I mean I played with it with some scraps, but like I haven't. This is my first bag that I'll be making on it. So I'm a little nervous about, but you have to start somewhere. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I have a couple of teacher gifts that I need to finish up. So that's why I figured I would do the TrailBlazer, because this is what I make my older kids teachers for their end of the year. And yesterday was the end of the year, but me and my husband used to be teachers, so we know my sons. We used to work with her, so we're able to meet up later to give her this one. Hi Cindy, hi Sandra, hi everyone. So like I said, I'm just gonna finish cutting this out, interface the all I need to do is interface my exterior, and I'm gonna use Sew Fuse Plus. So I'm just going to do the cotton lining. I don't have to do the lining because I'm using waterproof. canvas, but I just have a couple of the pocket panels that do need to be cut with interfacing. And like I said, I'm going to use Soap Use Plus for that. So just kind of like I said, today really got away from me. I don't know where my day went. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Yes, I really like the Soap Use Plus too. I did a Hope Bag live for Mrs. H. I need to save it and then I'm going to upload it. But I wonder if I could find. I don't know where I put it. It's probably over with the rest of my my bags that I made. But I made a Hope Bag, and I did like a contrasting vinyl and a exterior home decor fabric. And to get the home decor fabric to not be like noticeably thinner than the vinyl, I used the Plus on it, and it came out really, really nice. Definitely makes a big difference, and it's really good for the cotton Lyrica too. Okay. I'll make sure I'm not missing any comments. Hi. Yes, I'm running a little bit behind on interfacing. I caught up today, but today was the last week of virtual learning for my sons. So Tuesday my machine came. Hi. So Tuesday my machine was delivered, so that kind of took a day away from me. And then I shipped stuff out Monday. Wednesday I was just super exhausted. And then we had to try to find all of my kids' electronics and school supplies and books and stuff that was sent home, and get that all together. Okay, go. Sorry, my kids my door to my room is locked, so they like come outside to talk to me through the window. So that's what they're doing. I'm trying to tell them to get inside. But so Tuesday my machine came. So that, like I said, that took a day away from me. And then Wednesday I was just tired, and we had to get everything together for my kids because they did virtual learning this year. And then yesterday was the last day of school, but because it's the last day of school, we had to turn in all their electronics and stuff because we did virtual. But we also moved about 40 minutes away from the actual school place. So I had to drive 40 minutes to go drop off their electronics, and then I had a doctor's appointment, so I had to come all the way back home, get all the kids, get them ready. My mom was gonna watch them, so she met us at the hospital or at my doctor's appointment. And so we were pretty much out of the house all day Thursday, or at least I was, running between school and stuff. And so school's done, and then today I just cut out an extra panel because I was not paying attention. So yeah, it's been a crazy hectic week. I can't believe it's Friday already. And then with the kids not being on a schedule, that means that they are constantly telling on each other. So it took me forever to cut all this stuff out because they came in every 5 minutes telling on each other. And my husband had went to the post office, so he wasn't home to manage all that. So just a crazy. Hi, Marine. Yes, I was a little late to the live also, but typical me, am also not prepared. So I don't know. Okay, so let's see. What did I just finish cutting out? I did this is my last exterior. I need to do lining piece and foam. That's stabilizer. Lining. Did I do this? Okay. I'm just gonna grab my pieces and see what I have. Oh, I cut 2. My head is... Okay, so I got my side panels, my exterior side panels, front panel, my bottoms, my exterior connectors, straps, and then I have, this is the fabric I'm going to use for it. It's like this really blue, like, I don't know, like swirls. I got it from fabric candy shop. It's really, really nice. Okay, I think I've gotten all of my exterior panels. And now it's just time to do my linings, and then we can be done. We can start sewing. I had like ordered extra needles, smaller needles for my industrial machine, or my new one, because it doesn't take the same needles as my Juki. So I was trying to get those all done. Or I was ordered it, but they're not coming today. UPS has not been the best when it comes to shipping stuff out. Okay, so I need 2 exterior sides, and so like I said, I'm using waterproof canvas. The good thing about this is I do not have to interface this. So I'm going to put all the ones that I just need 2 for. Let's see, interior zipper pocket, 2, 1, and then 2. Okay, just makes it a little bit easier for me to, let's stabilize there. And then we just cut foam. I like using foam in the TrailBlazer because I feel like it's really nice. Plus, like I said, I use this for teacher gifts. So I like the extra padding because they have to have their like computers and stuff, their laptops. So I'm gonna move this out of the way because I will end up cutting that. Hopefully I'm hoping I'm not missing any questions. Sorry. Yes, I know. It definitely does, especially in our house, because I do have 4 boys, and we are expecting our 5th, so things just are always crazy, and the day like really gets away from us, no matter like what we do. Okay. So I'm just cutting out all the ones that like say like 2 exterior, 2 are like, you know, that you have to cut 2 of something out. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to also not waste. So this here is just waterproof canvas. I think it's a khaki color that that you can get from Fabric Warehouse Direct. It's one of my favorite places to shop. Oh, the pricing is really nice. Sorry, I'm really like all about trying to save as much as possible, not waste, minimal waste. So okay, The only good thing about this though is the templates from Tops and Bobbins really make cutting quicker. What is this? Exterior bottom panel. Two of these. We're pretty much good on that one, so I can put that away. And now I'm going to cut out just an exterior side. So right now I'm just cutting for those that are just maybe hopping on. I'm behind. And right now I'm just gonna cut out the rest of this, and then real quickly adhere some or interface the Sophie's Plus and cut out the foam. And we should get to sewing right after that. So I'm hoping I maybe have like 10 to 15 minutes left of cutting. I always forget how much the TrailBlazer, like, their pieces are. Like, how much. I was like, oh, okay, I can definitely do this in, like, an hour. And cut this all out. And apparently, you cannot. Okay, so that's done. Real quickly, I'm just going to finish up on this. Like I said, once I got past the vinyl, it'll go by quicker, and the lining. So I'm just cutting, and I use a rotary cutter. Find it easier for me. Super excited because it's going to be a nice long weekend, which means that my husband is off on Monday. So I can probably sew a little bit more. Okay. So now I have two of my exterior pieces. I have two of my exteriors. I have one lining and then two vinyl, so I don't have to worry about interfacing that with like SF101 or Sofuse. So that's nice because then that's one less thing I have to cut. So I need this for my foam, so I'm just gonna try to set this in a spot that. Okay. So typically when I cut, I don't know if like anybody has seen me in Swoon when I do the cutting and interfacing. What I like to do is I start with my vinyl, or I start with my cotton lining, or my, like, if I'm using like cotton on my exterior, because typically I don't use a lot of cotton. I'm more like, I mainly make a lot of like all vinyl bags. So if I do happen to use like a quilting cotton or like a home decor fabric, typically it's only just like one of the like accent panels or contrasting panels, like. So when that happens, I normally cut that piece out. Like for this, I'm using that, like the main panel is cotton, so I cut that out, and then I go to my vinyl, and then from my vinyl I move on to my lining, and then I start cutting out interfacing, so like woven or not woven fuse, oh my goodness, Sofuse Plus, or whatever, SF101, any of those. And then I'll cut out like foam or whatever else. So I try to like cut each material on its own instead of like each piece, because then I feel like I will end up missing something if I like keep having to switch between vinyl and like lining or stabilizer. So just find that this is kind of what works for me. Okay, so now I have my side panel pieces. I also have my side panel pieces in my vinyl also. So you're gonna want 2 exteriors, 2 linings for that. And then that is done. We just need our front flap, lining pocket, and then our bottom exterior, and then we can move on to. So let's see where this can fit. Okay. And then we can get our hardware together. So right now I'm just cutting out the lining for this bottom. And that is done. For my bottom, I do use Deckable Heavy instead of the foam that it calls for. I feel like, yeah, so I just use Deckable Heavy, and I don't use the foam in the bottom that it calls for. Okay. So one more piece, and then okay, so front flap, you should have 1 exterior, 1 lining. I'm just using vinyl for mine. Okay, done. And now we just are doing the front flap lining. I guess my mom is coming to pick up the boys, which looks like we'll have a kid-free weekend. They bought a pool, and my second child, he has been like counting the days down for summer, bugging everybody, kept asking if it was summer yet, kept having to tell him no, and then it became summer, so my mom she bought the pool yesterday, and they like expected to be like swimming that day, but they have to set it up. I think it's like a 16-foot by 10-foot. So they're super excited because I think they got it set up today, and so they're gonna go and take the little ones to go swimming. Okay, so this is all done. I'm gonna put this away. The color I'm using is like this light, it's called light gray from marinevinyl.com. So that's the color I'm using for that. And then I'm just using that khaki color I said I was using for, let me make sure. Okay, so it looks like I need to cut a back zipper pocket lining, and then I also need to cut a slip pocket. And so what I do for that is I actually just use the templates here. I use the lining panel ones. So then my back pockets are just a little bit bigger than what it calls for, but that's okay. And I find that the slip pockets are fine being just a little bit bigger. Like I said, I am using this. This is going to a teacher, so I like the slip pockets a little bit bigger than what they call for, just because they can slip stuff in there. And normally I also will, I also do sometimes what I'll do is I omit the interior slip pocket panel, and I will cut out 2 of these, add some foam in between, and I can make a laptop pocket. But I'm not doing that because for Christmas, for this teacher, for Christmas, I made her a laptop sleeve already, so that is what she currently uses now, and so she can just add that in there. I don't want to add the extra padded laptop slip pocket, because I know that she has a portable laptop protector, because that's what I had made her for Christmas. And then I made my son's kinder teacher the backpack with the slip pocket, or with the added laptop slip pocket. And like I said, what I do is I just use the main panel to cut that, and then you can just adjust it. Like if you want it to be a little bit lower, depending on how big the laptop is, you just adjust the length of it. And so I just add my foam in. You can adjust the length of whatever size your laptop is, and then I will stitch it right sides together with the foam, and then turn it right sides, top stitch, and then I have that pocket, and then you can adjust the height of the pocket inside the bag. So actually I really like adding the slip pocket, but like I said, I already gave her one, so I know if she uses that, there won't be any room for anything else. Okay, so that is done, and now we can just do our foam pieces. And let me get some Sophie's Plus. So I just have scrap pieces pretty much of whatever's left over. If there's any defects on it, if it's torn or something, I will I keep those. Or sometimes my kids will touch it with sticky fingers, so then I am stuck with it. Okay, so let's see what I need. So just gotta remember what so I need the back slip pocket panel and the front slip pocket panel. In the Sophie's Plus, where did I put my I'm just gonna remember where I put my, here they are, all my pieces. Okay. That's the front slip pocket. And then after this, we cut the foam, and then we can get to sewing. I do gotta run my bobbin, and I gotta figure out what color I want to use with this. I'm thinking I might do like a dark gray. Okay. That is a black back slip pocket. And now we can do our foam. So that's the foam. Okay, I'm gonna grab my foam real quick. I'm gonna use just regular sew-in foam. I actually have some on a bolt instead of having to pull out my roll. So I don't use my foam just because I don't, I find that it wrinkles. So I'm not going to, fuse it. I'm just going to sew it in when it comes time. So I'm going to cut 2 of these and then my side panels. So just 2 more of these. I also have used Decovil Light in place of foam, which was also, I really like it, but I did it for a custom, one for a custom order, and it came out really nice. I like the thinness of it, but I don't know, I feel like the TrailBlazer looks really nice in foam. Okay, and now I'm just going to get some Decovil Heavy. And then we can take this to adhere it and we can get the sewing, because this is pretty much it. Well, I guess I do have to get my... I have to get my hardware together because I also did not do that. Okay. Hopefully this gets some time for people to hop on, because I know I started early. I should have started a little bit later, but I always think that a bag is going to take me, 4 hours to make, and then it ends up taking me 6 hours to make, because for some reason I'm really slow at sewing. Okay, so I'm gonna get my TrailBlazer instructions, and I will turn y'all around so that we can adhere this on my heat press, fuse the interfacing, and then I can get y'all set up for the fun stuff. Let me just turn. Sorry, my room is an absolute disaster. So there's stuff everywhere. Yes, Dalva, these are the tops and bobbins. Yes, Cindy, I did. I was seriously fangirling when I saw that. That's the best thing to wake up to. because she's the reason why I got into sewing bags. Yes, and this bag is really fun. This is my 3rd bag to make. No, it will be my 4th bag. This one will be my 4th bag. And it's actually really, really popular. The only thing is they are pretty pricey just because of all the hardware that you have to use for it. And then Dalva, yes, these are all the clear ones are from Tops and Bobbins. I got the fussy cut, I got the fussy cut version because I like to sew on the full. I don't like to cut on the fold. For some reason, I can't cut on the fold. So let me grab my. I can remember what. Here we go. So we need 2 1-inch sliders. I'm just going to use silver. And actually, for my slide adjusters, I don't think I have any more. Let me see what color will go good with. If I can use rose gold with this. I don't like the antique brass, maybe? No. Okay. We'll be fine. So 2 sliders, 1 or 5 D-rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 D-rings. 4 swivels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 2 magnetic snaps, which those are already by my machine. 1 zipper end. Let's see. $15 rivets and some bag feet. So 6 bag feet. And I'm just using these dome ones right here. Hi. Yes, I'm so exhausted all the time, I'm super exhausted. I'm counting the days now. Depending if she decides to come early like the last 2 of my boys, it could be 6 to 7 weeks, which will be here in like no time if that ends up being the case. Or she could just like decide to take the full 39 weeks. Regardless, so we'll have her, well, I was supposed to schedule my C-section yesterday, but when we went to the doctor's office, like all the electricity was out, so I wasn't able to schedule it, but hopefully I can schedule it for the 27th of July. So either she comes on the 27th for sure, or she comes earlier, depending on what she decides. I don't think I'll make it to 39 weeks, to be honest with you, because of how big she's gotten. 5, sorry, I'm counting out my purse feet washers, and I can't talk and count at the same time. Yes, Cindy. For some reason, when I cut on the fold, I don't know what it is. Like, it always comes out bigger or just not right at all. Okay. So I got the purse feet. Let's see, what are these? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna grab my nameplate so I don't forget. And then also I wanted to get the zipper pulled. So we're gonna need 1 or 2 5s and 2 3-inch or number 3 zippers. So I'm just gonna move y'all to where I store my zippers. Like I said, my room is a mess, so I can't like. Okay. So here we go. I'm just going to use these. I believe I got these. I want to say I got these at Lux, but I could be. Yeah, I think I got these two here from Lux Hardware. They're really actually nice. They're like nice thick ones. I like these for like the exterior ones, the number 5. So those are my number 5. So now we need to find some number 3s. So I'm just gonna grab some of these heart ones here. They're from My Handmade Space. So okay. So those are done. We got everything. I can put this away and we can just, I can turn y'all around to the heat press here. Or just take y'all to my heat press, hopefully. Rosie, I would love to. I can't. Because this is my 5th C-section. So I'm not allowed to try for a VBAC. I tried with my second one. He did not want to come, so I was exactly 41 weeks when I had him. My doctor was going to let me go an additional week with him, but I just had a feeling that I needed to get him out. And so I went to my doctor's appointment and I was like, what's the soonest that we can, like, you know, get him? I could schedule my C-section. And so we scheduled it for the next day. I went in and he had passed his meconium. So luckily we got him because he was going to let me wait the weekend off, like wait that weekend because I turned 41 weeks on Friday when I had him. But he was going to let me go the weekend. He'll see me on Monday. The baby wasn't stressed or anything at that time, but like I'm just like super happy that we didn't wait over the weekend because you never know, he could have like inhaled it. So yes. The closest I've been to labor is with my 3rd when my water broke, but that was a fluke. So good morning, Jennifer. Yes, Rosie, mine didn't either. He's comfortable, and let me tell you, he is, my number 2 is stubborn. He is definitely my most stubborn child. Like, we butt heads all the time, but that's because he's 100% my child. 100% me. Yes, Rosie, and that's why I was like super happy we went in, because if he had inhaled it, like, and I can't imagine. I feel like after when I had my third, so my third was technically a preemie. So so since my third was technically a preemie, he was born at 36 weeks, a month early. But he was big. Like, I was absolutely miserable with him. I was just really big. He was like 4 weeks early, and he weighed 6 pounds 5 ounces. And my oldest, who came at exactly 40 weeks, he was 6 pounds 10 ounces. So I can imagine how big he would have been if I actually like went that additional 4 weeks. But he spent my youngest, or the one that came at 36 weeks, he actually spent a week in NICU, and it was like the most stressful thing ever. So he spent that week in NICU, and I ended up also getting like a uterus infection. So I actually ended up getting readmitted into the hospital. I had to do all these tests, like MRIs, CAT scans, because they couldn't figure out what was going on. I couldn't walk. I went from like being able to walk to not even, like, barely being able to pick up my my legs. But as soon as they got me on antibiotics, like, I felt so much better the next day. Like, it's so weird. And that was with my third one. My fourth one, he was born at 37 weeks, and he was 5 pounds, like 8 ounces maybe. So he's tiny, but he still is tiny. Like, he is going to be 2 at the end of August, and he's still in 12 months clothes. So I try to put him in like 18 months, but they're so big on him. But he is like just tiny but mighty. He is the meanest one in our family. Yes, it's crazy. I feel like after all that, like, I just kind of became a little bit more paranoid, because we moved like 40 minutes away from, so like the doctor that I have has delivered all of my babies but my first. So this will be the 4th baby he's delivered, which, you know, is a lot for a doctor. So like, I'm paranoid, and he's like really amazing. I trust him. He doesn't force me to do anything I don't want to do. And I actually like just came across him on accident. He wasn't even supposed to be my like real doctor. Like, the doctor that I was originally seeing with my second, she was never there. Like, I had to go and like see another doctor because she was never like available. And I just happened to get him, and I was like, oh, I really like you, so I stuck with him. And this is the 4th baby, and I was like, we moved, so we used to live out in like Leander, which is on the outskirts of Austin, but now we live in Austin, and it's 40 minutes away from the hospital. So I was like, what happens if I go into labor? Like, I'm 40 minutes away. I don't even know, like, I've never been in labor, so I don't, like, if I had contractions, I don't even know what, like, you know, like, I wouldn't even know, you know, like, when my water broke, I literally just thought I probably peed myself, to be honest with you. And I was like, he was like, you're fine. You've never been into labor. And the last time when your water broke, I like wouldn't let any other doctor like touch me. So like my doctor was on call, but like I said, he's delivered so many of my kids that we have his like cell phone number. So he was like, you still ate your Chewies after you still ate your Chewies when your water broke, and then it took you, you didn't come to the hospital right away, and then we waited 12 hours for me to come in the next morning. He's like, and you didn't have the baby. You'll be fine. I was like, I know, but like, what if? But yeah, he's like really good with all my like paranoia stuff. So, okay. So, oh my gosh, does anybody else get like really stressful when your like sewing space is like a mess? Like I feel so, I don't know, like just having stuff everywhere makes me super anxious for some reason. So let me see where okay, so I feel like I'm pretty good on battery. My battery will tell me when it's about to die. Let's turn on everything. Hopefully y'all can see. Okay, so I'm just gonna turn y'all. Hopefully this is a pretty good angle. Right now I don't really have a good angle when it comes to my the machine, because I literally did not have time to like clear a space out, so I just like have it in the middle of my room. Okay, so I'm hoping this all works. So I'm just gonna try to see if I can get some better lighting. Oh, you know what? I have a light that's not on, so that could be why too. Okay. So real quickly, I was messing with my machine. I taken my needle out, so I'm going to put it back in. The thing is, let me put my. So I'm just gonna put my needle in. So definitely a lot different than putting my Juki one in. Everything is okay. There we go. Now actually I need to rethread it. Let me see. What fabric tubs? Are you talking about the ones at the are you talking about the ones that are like in the corner? Because if you're talking about those, those are actually they're cardboard. I get them from the interfacing I buy from that I sell, the Sofuse. So, and then also you didn't know this, well, I know that my Joann's, if you go and you like buy vinyl, they'll allow you to, you could ask for the rolls. You could ask for them to roll it up, and they'll actually roll it up on the like tubes that they come on. So that's why I have so many. Oh no. Oh, Joni, I'm glad you got it. Yes. I hope y'all can see. Can y'all see? I'm glad it got there because UPS and USPS hasn't been like the best when it comes to delivering stuff on time. Okay. So I am just going to, I think I'm going to wind a bobbin, and I'll show you how to wind a bobbin. And I need to figure out what color I want to use. Let me just, like I said, I'm obviously not prepared today. So, and you could probably hear my little one screaming in the background. Oh, yes. Okay. You gotta let me know how you like it. I always like hearing, like, you know, like, genuine reviews, I guess. Okay. So, real quickly, I am going to put the black thread away and grab me the color that goes with. Where is... Oh, I was like, I have no idea where I put any of my stuff at. It's actually over here. Oh. Okay. So I used just Soap Use Plus on the fabric here, the cotton. So now I'm just going to try to find a color to use that goes with this. I'm kind of thinking this mushroom color. But I also have this like silver color. I really don't like this silver color with this. I think it's just, well, it actually might match nicely. So I'll probably do this silver so it's not like super contrasting. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that light silver. Oh, okay. So for the winding the bobbin, what I do, or what all you need to do is you just stick it in, and then obviously take out your bobbin case and any thread that's in there. And then just going to place it through here if I'm... So all you do is, let me see if you can, I don't know for those. I really need better lighting. Okay. So now you go through here. You're going to go through the top, go around the tension disc, and go back through that same my thread. Okay. And then I just kind of like to pull a little bit of extra, just so I know. And then you just put it through. And you just put it through there. Click this down. And then you start winding. Okay. And now I can snip that and finish winding the rest of it. It doesn't wind as fast as my Juki, so that's the only downside to that. It takes a little bit longer. And then the good thing also is that these bobbins are so much bigger. They're the M size. So turn it down a little bit. Hi, Linda. Okay. So there we go. We have our bobbin wound. Let me just pull out my extra snips. So now we can just put it in our bobbin case, pretty much just the same as if you're so you just stick it in. So now move your back. Hopefully y'all can see. Okay. Here we go. So you're just gonna have to flip this little, there's like a little switch here. So you flip that up, drop your bobbin in, close it, and then now we can thread the machine. And this is the part I always get like super nervous about because You wind it so differently compared to your the Juki. There's a lot more tension disc than I'm just gonna get it into that guide. Oops. Okay. So now I can just put it through my needle after I put it through the thread guide, and I need to pull my bobbin up just like you would any other machine. Oh my goodness, I am not. This thing keeps. There we go. Okay. Now I can just pull this down. There we go. Make sure my foot is down, and now we can get to sewing, which is the fun part. Let me just, okay. So for those that know me, I like to do my bobbins and my, not my bobbins, I like to do my, oh my gosh, my connectors and my straps first. So real quickly, I'm going to mark my centers. We can add some of the double-sided tape. And I like to do my straps also first. So I'm going to grab my straps to get that all settled. Just get those out of the way. And then as for the connectors, I just like to do my, there's only like a couple that you do because there's one that you need to like, you don't want to top stitch it first because you need to put you'll top stitch it onto the actual bag. So grab my straps. Double-sided tape from Waywack, and I just need to see where I have no idea where my ruler went. I think this is as low as this machine goes, because I don't see where it doesn't have like, Yeah, this is as low as it goes. It's a little high for me, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and get a stool, and that will help. That will help with the like height of it. But it is a little bit high for me. Definitely. So I'm going to go grab a ruler real quick. I will say the table is not as long as my Juki, which kind of makes it a little odd, but I'll make it work. So I'm just going to mark my center, which is going to be 2 inches in from my strap edge. I just want to make sure everything is nice and straight. And then mark that center point. I'm going to do that to the long strap, the long back straps, and my short straps. Really need to find a better angle so that everybody can see. I was going to put a decal sticker on it just to be funny because I figured you would eventually see it, Pierre. But yes, I definitely will be putting a decal on this. Just for you. Be our nice little inside joke for everybody that knows you. Okay, so now we're gonna do the long back straps. Same thing, marking that 2.5 inch. And actually, I'm going to move y'all back, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab, like, I have this little rolling cart. I think it'll just be easier if I use that. So I'm gonna move y'all just a little bit right here. Oh, sorry, everyone. I'm telling you, my room is not functional, and it's like really stressed. It's stressing me out. Okay. So hopefully this will help. So right now we are just doing our straps. Ooh, Pierre, that's good to know. I'm super nervous because it's my first time making the like a full bag on this. I mean, really, it's my first time playing with it, period. But I figured we can all learn together. I'm going to definitely have to figure out something when it comes to table space because I'm 5'2", So I'm really short. So I need to figure out, like, it's the, you know, flatbed attachment is too high for me to really, like, use. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure something out. And it could just be that I need to get used to having it higher than what my, like, my normal Juki is at. But I also didn't want to do the live and, like, switch between the two, you know, like, so. But I can see why people would have multiple machines, like the 1541 and then this, because it is really high. That is so funny. Yes, I'm gonna have to get a stool up here for sure. Like, this is not. Oh yeah, this is like supposed to be my ironing board, and this is also causing a lot of my stress right now. Okay, I'm just going to move everything down. Okay. Hopefully this helps everything. Okay. Hopefully that. Okay, I'm definitely gonna message Sam and see if it can be moved lower. I'm hoping. It'd be nice if it can, but it doesn't. It looks like it's already at its lowest height. Okay, so now I'm going to put on my double-sided tape, and then I can turn y'all around and we can sew. Okay, Linda, yeah. I would definitely have to agree. It is a little, like, I think that, like, when I was playing with it, maybe I just wasn't, like, aware on, like, it seemed like the height was fine. But like I said, I didn't make a bag on it. And now I'm trying to make a bag on it, and I'm realizing, yeah, it's high. I mean, when you're sewing scrap pieces and not having to, like, do multiple steps. Okay. I'm also wondering, I'm really hoping that if it doesn't go any lower, that a stool would help. I think regardless, I'm going to have to, there's going to have to be a table on both sides so that I'm able to do stuff like this. Because, like, I can, like, do my straps and everything on my flatbed. Or I just have to switch between the two machines. Okay. So. Here we go. Now, so for those that don't know me, I don't go all the way up to that 2-inch center mark. I like to, I don't think this is 2 inches. Let me see. Oh no, it is. I like to leave a little bit of a like gap. I go like maybe, I leave about a, sorry, somebody was calling me. I hope I didn't get disconnected. Okay, I had to get my clip. So I'm just clipping my edges, just like this. And this is why I like it, because I don't have that overhang when I fold. They're nice and even. Hi, Cindy. So, I'm going to do the same thing. I don't go right up to it. And I don't do that with either my handles, the short straps, or the long straps. Anything that needs to be folded that's vinyl, I always leave that like gaps so that I get like a nice 1/8 of an inch gap in between, so that they're nice and even when I fold it. And it's really all personal preference. Some people do like to butt it up right to each other. They like that like overhang look. I feel like it looks like this weekend I'm going to have to rearrange my room again, because I feel like my workspace is not working. Okay, so now we're gonna do the backpack straps. So I'm just peeling that off, doing the same thing. So let me see if I'm gonna move y'all down so that y'all can kind of actually see what I'm doing. So here we go. I'm just leaving that gap from that 2-inch mark that I made. And for those also, I know a lot of people don't like lives, like rewatching lives, so I will end up doing like this tutorial like pre-recorded also. So like if that way there's not this extra chatter. And especially because it took forever to start on this one. I figured I would be prepared, and apparently that did not happen. Okay, so there we go. So that's where that little gap is at, that 1/8 of an inch. And then I can just fold. Okay. And then I like using these like flat, they're like the large clips. They don't have those like feet on them. They're like flat. So like you don't have to worry about them like leaving those markings on your vinyl. But I also, like I said, I do my straps first. So I don't really get the markings anyways, even if I use the small ones, because I do the straps right away. So like I put them on and then I sew them up. I don't leave them till the very end. But like I said, I always do my straps first. Just because, like I said, I tend to be slower at bag making, like sewing wise. A lot of it is just because I'm very like, I nitpick a lot, so everything has to be like perfect. In my like opinion, like if it's in like one thing is messed up, I will like continue messing with it until it's like looks good to me. So I tend to like stitch slower. Okay. So by the time I'm done, it's nice to just already have those straps like done. It's like, okay, all I have to do is rivet this and then I'm done. I don't have to like worry about stitching up straps, because if I end up having to stitch up straps after I sewed a whole bag, I found that the straps never got done. Like, I don't know why. Just nice to have them out of the way, I guess. Okay. So, my strap is done. I want to make sure. Oh, Dalva, so Pierre has decided that the name of my machine is Pierre. So I think it's a pretty cool name. So we'll name it. We're gonna name it Pierre. Okay. For my straps, I'm just going to go ahead and put on the double-sided tape just to already have it on. So. Hopefully on my next live, it'll be a lot better lighting, and a better setup. And I also will be better prepared. Okay, so now, can move that out of the way. And I can see what we need to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna also grab my template for my bottom. Yeah. So I'm getting my template for the bottom. I don't want y'all to see the cut, but for the bottom template because I'm going to put my markings for my feet. So I'm gonna grab my bottom panel. Oh, and you know what? I just realized I didn't even adhere my decovote to my bottom panel. Oh my goodness. I promise my lives are not normally like this. Linda, yes. So when I ordered my machine from Sunny Sewing, it rained for like 2 weeks in Texas. So, oh, and you know what? I turned my heat press off. I'm gonna lift y'all up real quick and take y'all to my heat press, So when I bought it, it rained, and I was like, oh, you know what? That's okay. I can totally, just kind of study up on it, find some videos. There was absolutely nothing on this machine. The only thing I could find was from Sunny Sewing, and it was just them sewing on scrap leather to show you the stitches and stuff. So I was definitely like, I'm going to sew on this machine. We are going to do it together, learn together, and try to get some more videos of this cylinder machine because I couldn't find any. And I really like to research everything and before, when I was first started bag making and stuff, before I actually would make a bag, I would watch a video multiple times. I would watch Lauren Mormino's videos twice. I was okay, so, and then I would do also Jess from Okla Roots. I'd watch her videos and Seem Legit. Those are the 3 people that I really learned from, and I would watch all their videos so that I had this when it got to the reading part of it, I kind of knew what I was supposed to do. But yeah, the fact that it didn't have any videos and I couldn't really learn anything kind of also stressed me out. I did look up the manual though, which was not very helpful. Oh, thank you. So that thread is my embroidery machine thread. Hi, Lona. Thank you for joining. Yes. I want to try to I wanted to get all my thread together in one place, but it just didn't it didn't work out. So I have it all spread. So so I'll show you. If you look, this is all my industrial sewing machine thread. So my Tech 70 from Sunny Sewing, that's where all that thread is. And then over here, you can see right here, that's just regular Coats and Clark all-purpose thread for my domestic, and then you saw my embroidering machine. But I work in stations kind of. I find that stations work the best for me. So I have an embroidery station, and then that was where my domestic machine was gonna be, but I don't use my domestic machine as much as I thought I would. And I rearranged my room quite a lot depending on what is and isn't working for me, or what I'm doing the most of at the time. So I'm just waiting for my heat press to warm up so that I can put my Decovil heavy. And I thought I was being proactive by turning it off. I was like, oh, I did everything. I'm going to turn it off so I don't forget. Because I will forget to turn off my heat press. So my husband's biggest struggle. I tend to like leave every light on in my room. So I leave all the lights on and then I just kind of like, you know, go to bed. And then my husband comes in after me and he like turns off all the lights. So, and I have a lot of lights. But I try not to leave the heat press on. Hopefully it's hot enough. It's not fully to the temp that I like it at. And I'm just eyeballing it. And we can get back to sewing. Okay. That should be good. Let that cool down. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure. I'm not familiar with that machine. It would really it really all depends on your machine. And I say that because if y'all don't know Shanova from Swoon, me and her have the same exact machine. So she has a Juki DDL 5550. I have a Juki DDL 5550. My machine absolutely loves Tech 70 thread. Her machine, we have this, like I said, we have the same exact machine. It does not like Tech 70. It will not sew Tech 70 thread for her. She uses a Tech 40 thread. So it really just depends on your machine because they can be temperamental. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I just gotta find a good. I'm not very good at technology, if you cannot tell. Okay, so maybe this will be a little bit better angle. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm trying to get this all figured out. I'm gonna call my husband and I'm gonna see if he can get this light working for me so that it's a little bit brighter because it's so dark. And hey, babe. Me, go. You come here. Okay, I knew my house was a little too quiet. Everybody's asleep, which is nice. No problem, Kira. I mean, like I said, I would just test it out. Maybe just see if you can get some Tech 70, like some Tech 70 thread and see if your machine likes it. Because I know that like with mine also, I tried to use Tech 90 on it and my machine did not like Tech 90 thread on it. Hi, Rhonda. So I haven't made a bag on the machine yet, so we'll find out. But so far, I love it. So can you help me? It's really dark, and then I dropped that light. And then also, can you get me like an extension cord for the light, for this light here? Thank you. Okay, sorry. So I have like these lights here, and I have two, but like when I was moving my cart, I pulled one down, so you can kind of, it's like hanging right there. So let's, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and do my purse feet. So I'm just going to lay my template right on top, and I'm using the templates from, oh my goodness, I'm using the templates from, I'm using the templates from not Sarah Bag Maker, Tops and Bobbins. And so what I did was, you can see I just added my markings for where my purse feet are going to be. Mm. I don't know. Can you get the one from the couch? Plug it in over here. Okay. Sorry about that. So I'm going to grab my feet. There we go. I'm just going to grab my purse feet, mark them out, and...
It's for the light or for your phone?
It's for the light. The light is that black one right there, but I unplugged it. Okay. So I'm just going to center these out, mark out where my feet are supposed to be, and then hopefully I can get this light on so that it'll be brighter. And so that y'all can see, because I feel like I'm working in the dark. Let's wait on this.
Better?
Yeah, perfect. There we go. How's that? Let's see if I pulled it down.
Where was it hanging?
It's just placed on top of that other one. Okay, and so now I can
Just on top of it?
mm-hmm. So now I'm just going to mark my holes. Is my mom coming to pick the boys up? Okay. So there we go. Grab the purse feet. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So now I'm just gonna add my feet in. I guess it's gonna storm today. It started raining. It went from like being a really nice hot day, sunny, to raining in a matter of like 10 minutes. Okay. And so these feet here, like the domed mushroom ones, you can get them at Emmeline Bags, and you can also get these at My Handmade Space. And the ones I'm using are from My Handmade Space. I want to say that I got some antique brass from My Handmade Space.
Are you on Wi-Fi on your phone?
Yeah, do I need to turn it off?
Well, it's lightning and thunder, so.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's hailing now outside outside our. You can probably hear the thunder. It's Texas weather for you. It changes so quickly. Thank you, Cindy. Yes. I know he's super helpful. He helps me also, like at the end of the day, after I've like cut out orders and stuff. He helps me measure them, and then he calls out the numbers and the weight so that I can print out the shipping label and stuff. So I feel like I would not get as many orders out if it wasn't for him. And I'm dropping these everywhere, and I'm having to bend down and get them. Okay, I'm gonna find one more of these. Here it is. Sorry, it's super loud. The thunder is really loud. So I'm sorry if y'all can hear that. Okay. So, purse feet are on. And I really, really like the dome ones. This is what the dome feet look like. Let's go ahead and put on our duct tape. Yes.
It's like really loud.
Yeah, baby, that's fine.
Because nobody made it. We're trying to be not. What is this? Oh, Gorilla Glue.
Yeah, don't touch the Gorilla Glue, please. Can you put it back?
It's cool.
Thank you. Okay. So,
Mama, did I go whole floor outside? And then we went outside and there's white things.
oh really? Oh yeah. Is it? It sounds like it was hailing.
I got scared. You look like a monster dog just striked out there.
Mm.
Like.
Okay. Can you turn it down? Because I'm actually on video, dude. Yes. So I guess my younger ones are still asleep. So,
Yeah, because being outside and before
I guess they were in their room, like nice and quiet, and you know.
I'm gonna try to ah!
Cindy, I know they hardly come in, like they haven't came in the last couple times on my lives. The little ones. But yeah, so you'll hear them.
I'm playing Minecraft, Mama, on Roblox.
Okay. Pretty much this is how a typical day is for me. Except for my oldest. So like my two older ones always shared a room. They've always been like, it's been them together and two younger ones. But we could kind of tell that my oldest needed his own space. And so the house we moved into, it's like a 4-bedroom house. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 4-bedroom house with this like converted garage. But since I'm using this as a converted garage, I'm using this as the converted garage as my sewing room. They shared a room. Not really, because they... Shh. Can you get Layla out, please? She's not supposed to be in here.
Layla, out. Out, Layla.
So,
out.
We
Layla, out.
got rid of our office space because it's summertime. We're not going to need it anymore. And my husband's just going to move his office into our bedroom. Stop. So we got rid of the office, and so my oldest moved into there, and then we got rid of the game room, and my youngest, not my second oldest, is in the old like game room for them, and then this room that they shared, the two little ones now share together, so they have their own little playroom. And I never see my oldest now. He is like, he's loving having his own room. And then, you know, he got his own space. He's not being, you know, suffocated by his brothers.
Oh my God.
Yes, I know. I feel like it's crazy hectic right now, but I'm like, I know I'm gonna miss this because I see pictures of when my two older ones were old, like, you know, babies also, and it's crazy how quickly they grew up. Like my oldest is gonna be in 3rd grade, and then my second oldest is going to 1st grade now. Like it just went by so quickly. Okay, so I did my purse feet. I added the duct tape to the back because I always cut myself when I'm turning the back. So that's why I went ahead and put some of that on. And we can do our straps now. So here we go. We're going to be sewing on the machine now. But I'm going to need you to move. Mateo, I need you to move, please.
Okay.
You're in my spot.
Not again.
No, when I said move, I didn't mean move the chair. I mean get up so I can sit, please. Thank you. You can, there's a chair over there. All right. So here we go. I measured out the length of this, and I know that the inside walking foot of my machine is 1/8 of an inch. So that is what I'm gonna guide my machine or my strap at. So here we go. I have my stitch length to a 5. So I'm gonna take a couple and back stitch. And here we go. I'm gonna adjust my foot length to like a 3 1/4. So like I can adjust the height of my foot by just like dialing this up. So I'm going to just have it to where it walks a little bit higher than what it's currently walking at now.
Mama.
And I think, because I'm still kind of learning the stitch length to this, I think I'm going to, on my next bag, because I like to have a longer stitch length on my bags. So I think what I'm going to do next time is I'm going to probably up my stitch length, and I think a 5 is going to be my normal construction stitch length, because it is a little bit smaller than, oh, it could also just be because something popped out.
Mama.
What?
Can Anthony check how flooding is out in the front yard?
No, because it's lightning and thundering.
Can you just do it? Just open the door and stay next to the door. And just look at it and then close it back.
No,
Why?
because it just said it's lightning and thundering. I'm just going to still go at that 1/8 of an inch. And like I said, I know that the inside foot is at 1/8 of an inch, and I know that like the full length of my walking foot is 1/4 inch. And then I have my seam guide set to 3/8 of an inch, I believe. But I will double check that to make sure, because this one doesn't have the marking plate like the my Juki. I'm just trying to. So I'm just going to continue going. I'm not used to going this slow on my strap, but I'm also kind of a little nervous because of how strong this machine is. I don't want it to sew up my finger. Okay, and so now I can go down. So my needle is down. I'm just kind of looking to see where exactly, because I want to make sure I'm at like 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And so now I will say that I do notice that, like, with the table on, it does kind of get a little shaky. It does get a little shaky and rattles a little bit, but it could also just be because I have stuff on the table also. No, can you ask your dad? He knows your password.
You don't? You do know what the password is.
Okay. So now I'm just gonna go back and then back stitch. And so here we go. Hope you can see. Let me see. I'm gonna. Yeah, no, so no, but it's crazy. Like it was like fine, and then all of a sudden, like I could see it go dark and green, and then I was like, oh, it's definitely about to storm. So. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. I'm going on the folded side of my, it's gonna be 1/8 of an inch from that folded side. Let me. So I'm holding my threads, back stitching, and there we go. Just adjusting, making sure my needle's down. Okay. I'm gonna go across because I need to lock this stitch in. And then if it gets hard to like turn my wheel, I just barely press down on my foot pedal, and that helps unlock it so that it's easier to crank my hand wheel. So there's my second strap. Now we can do the handle, and what I'm gonna do is I'm trying to decide. I'm going to adjust my stitch length to like a 6 and see how I like that stitch length. Because these are the handles, they're going to be 2 different ones, so. Okay. And now, okay. So I like that stitch length a lot better. It's a little bit longer. It's about where I like it, so. Use these clips. And then we have one last one, and then we can move on to the next step. So once you're like stitching on it, the height is not terrible because I'm like eye length with this like stitching so I can like see. But I think it's just something I probably have to adjust to because I'm used to on my Juki it being lower and me being able to like look on top versus being eye level with it. Definitely have to get used to knowing where my guides are. Or when I'm top stitching. Sorry. So I do like though that like on this machine there's like a couple of dots on the side and you're supposed to line up the middle one and that tells you that this hook right here is at the like top of is at the highest point, and that's like the best time to like pull it off of your machine. So I will say this top stitching is so nice. Hopefully y'all can see. Okay. So now we've done that. Okay, we already did the short straps, and now we're gonna do the back connectors. So I'm just trying to see how many. Okay. So we need to grab our connectors. Where did I put those connectors? Oh, they're hiding behind my duct tape. So we're going to do the same thing. This one I like to do a little bit different just because we are folding these. They're 2 inches. I actually butt these up all the way together instead of leaving any kind of gap. I only do that if we're like folding in the raw edges of like straps or something like, or handles. So I'm just going to add these on. I'm just gonna go ahead and fold all of these connectors to the center. And then I can add the D-rings and top stitch where I need to top stitch at. So I'm doing these to all of them. And then we're going to top stitch. So you're going to do, looks like you are going to do 3 of these. Yes, so you're gonna do 3 of the ones where the back connectors, these are gonna be the back connectors. So you're going to top stitch these at 1/8 of an inch along the edge of 3 of these straps, and then you'll add your D-rings. Back stitch. Okay. Do that to the other side. Top stitch at 1/8 of an inch. I guess technically I could just chain stitch all these. Do the next one. Okay. Now we're gonna top stitch on the other side of the strap connector. So just do your other side. Okay. And now do your second one. Okay. So there we go. So now we have our strap connectors, and you're going to grab 3 D-rings right here, and we're gonna add those in. Whoops, that is gone forever. And then I'm gonna go ahead and grab the remaining 2 D-rings along with some double-sided tape. I'm just gonna put it right kind of in the middle because we're gonna add our D-ring, and we're just gonna fold it over just like this. Jennifer, it's just the way, it's just how the, honestly, I think it's just how it is. Also, I think why it's so much higher is because it's on caster wheels. Versus, I feel like if it didn't have the caster wheels, it would be a lot shorter because it's probably because of these wheels. I'll measure it, like how high it is. It's about, those wheels making an additional 4-inch higher. So I'm gonna try to call Sam or text Sam maybe tomorrow, or not tomorrow because it's Saturday, Tuesday, and see if I can adjust this a little bit lower. But I think it's just how it is. I'm gonna get I am going to get a stool, and I think a stool will really help. It's also because I'm in like a desk chair, and the chair is really, really low. So there's also that too. So I just put my connectors to the center just like this, and just made sure that they're the same height, which they are. So you're gonna have 2 of these. These you're actually going to put on a little bit later. So I'm gonna clip them and add them back to my box so that they are, I don't lose it. Rosie, that is so good to hear. I'm so happy. Pierre, me and Pierre are kind of getting along. You know, she's not wanting to be tamed right now, but it's okay. We're still getting to know each other. I will say it's not as scary as I was originally thinking it was gonna be. Definitely. Well, I definitely will say that I think once we get acquainted, and you know, I get to know this like Pierre, I think we're gonna be best of friends. So these are the side connectors here. Or these are the back connectors. So you'll have one back connector, or no, two back connectors. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. I'm good. I'm doing it right. So now we are going to stitch right here. And normally, so what I did on my other ones is I never stitched it. I actually just like, I rivet it, but I'm going to go ahead and stitch it here. It's not going to be super close to the, but it'll be enough. I'm hoping that it's, there we go. Okay, so I did one. Okay, the side connectors were the ones that we just did. That's why I was like confusing myself. So we're gonna do this to all of the connectors. The ones that we top stitch at 1/8 of an inch. Okay. So this will just show you. This is what you want. Normally what I would do is I rivet, and I'm still gonna go ahead and rivet it later, but I'm going to stitch. And so I'm just kind of getting as close as I can to that D-ring without like walking on it, if that makes sense. Okay. There we go. So now we have our straps. Our connectors, and then these here are going to be your side connectors, and these are the ones that we fold to the middle. Okay, so we're gonna attach the short straps and connectors to the exterior top panel. So let's grab your exterior top panel. So you have your exterior top, and you're going to have your short handles, which is these here. They're like the 17.5-inch ones. I'm going to go ahead and mark my centers on all of my I'm going to go ahead and mark my centers. So that I can measure out the 2 inches that I need to. Okay. Do the same exact thing to my other side. I'm just doing it within the seam allowance. I like to do just like a little like triangle. So my centers are marked. Yes, Jennifer, it is a it does have the 3 like compound like walking, so like you said, the foot, the needle walks, and the feed dogs walk. So it helps to like keep everything nice and even. But it's also, I guess, also kind of like when and on my Juki, I can like see, like, since my needle doesn't move like my feed dogs do, and my feet don't move, so it moves the fabric back on my Juki, so I can kind of see like where I need to put my needle at, so that it's like at like a good 1/8 of an inch, so I can pivot. With this one, I have to get used to the fact that the needle moves and the foot moves. So like when I am trying to pivot and make sure that when I turn on the side here that it's a 1/8 of an inch, I'm expecting my material to move, but my material does not move. So I have to keep reminding myself that I need to look at the needle and the foot, because the material doesn't move backwards when I try to reverse. It's the feet and it's the foot and the needle that do. So it's nice because it keeps everything even, but I'm not, used to it. So I'm gonna see. I'm hoping that I'm gonna move y'all down just a tad so that y'all can see more of the machine than me. Okay. So we have our exterior So this is the exterior top panel. Mark their centers. And now we're going to base one of the short straps, which like I said, these are the short straps. You'll know because you'll have this strap here that's super long, and then you'll have this short strap here. So for me, I like to have, when I'm doing my straps, I like to have the folded side facing in. So it'll be more like this. I like to wear like the nice folded side is what's facing out, and then these two will be facing into each other. So I just have to like work it to make sure it's the way I want it. So yeah, so it will be like this. So this is what I want facing out because I just like that look. Okay. So we're going to mark 2 inches from the side. That's where we're gonna put the, we're gonna base this at. So I'm gonna grab my marking pen and my ruler. And we are gonna mark this 2 inches from that center here. So it's gonna be 2 inches right here. And then we're gonna move this over and you're gonna mark 2 inches right here. And we're actually going to do that to both of our main panels. You're gonna wanna mark that 2 inches. So grab your second piece and you're going to mark out that 2 inches from here, from the center. So 2 inches here, mark, and 2 inches on the other side. There we go. So you're gonna have your 2 inch marks marked. And like I said, I like to have it to where my so here, if you're looking at the front of your bag, I want that fold. I do not want this to be what's showing. So this will be the front. So I know that this is gonna be the nice, pretty side that's gonna be showing. And then I'm gonna do the same thing. This is going to be my back, and I see where my nice, pretty side is showing. And the fold is going to be what will be in the middle, so when they grab the bag, these two will touch where the fold is at. And it just that's just the look I like from my bags. Some people don't care. It's totally personal preference. And I'm just putting that up to that mark right there. And I want to make sure that this is nice and straight. And I'm going to put some additional clips so that they stay nice and straight when I go to base this on at the top. Okay, so just like that. That way it doesn't accidentally shift and you have it to where like they're kind of like crooked. And the only reason why I know that is because it's happened to me. So I just, like I said, make sure that this is straight and clip. And I'm going to recheck this out and make sure that this is nice and straight. And like I said, I'm very nitpicky, so I tend to over mess with stuff. Okay, so there we go. Now, we can baste this on with 1/8 of an inch, and I'm going to change my stitch length back to like a 5, just to where it's a little bit shorter than what. And we're gonna baste this with a I'm just gonna base it at 1/8 of an inch. Doesn't say what, but I think 1/8 of an inch will work perfectly. So I'm going to grab my threads. Okay. And there we go. Now I just need to find my snips. So there we have one basted, and we're going to do the same exact thing to the other side. I'm going to hold my threads. Okay, making sure I back stitch. That's just like a habit I have. So your back panel piece or your exterior top panel should look like this. Should be basted. Gonna go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. We're gonna baste this also with that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going to move my threads. I'm gonna make sure that everything is lined up. And now we can baste our other side. Like I said, I'm going at a 1/8 of an inch for my basting. Okay, so now we have our panels basted on. So now we can actually sew the connector. So this connector here is what we're going to sew on. I'm going to trim my any excess threads. I'm going to even it up because not exactly even. And I'm going to go ahead and add some double-sided tape. Right down to the center. And we're going to sew this or add this right to the middle. And you can see where your middle is by that where you fold at. And what I want you to do is now we're going to fold or come in at a 1/4 of an inch. So grab your ruler and your marking pen. I'm using this one from Laura Merino. And you're gonna measure up 1.5 inches. On all of your pieces. So you're gonna go up 1.5 inch here. 1.5 inch right here. Okay. So you're gonna have these 1.5 inch markings on your pieces here, and we're actually gonna go at 1/4 of an inch, and we're going to make another box just right there. So I'm going to put my stitch length to a 6. Put my needle down, take a couple of stitches, back stitch, and just go up at that 1/4 of an inch till you get to that 1/2 inch marking. And then you're gonna go across. And back down. And then I also like to add rivets to this later on. I'm going to pivot and I'm going to reinforce this right here. There we go. Okay, so there you'll have your second box. I'm going to do the same exact thing to my center here, the middle connector for the D-ring, and also to the other short strap to your, and this here. I'm gonna go ahead and add some double-sided tape in here just to hold this so that it doesn't shift. So I'm gonna start at a 1/4 of an inch, making sure everything stays lined up. And we are going 1/4 of an inch all the way up to that 1.5 inch marking that we made. I'm gonna get a scrap piece and put it behind my foot so that it doesn't chew it up. I'm gonna adjust my, since I have that D-ring behind there, I'm going to adjust my foot so that it walks a little bit higher so I can get over that D-ring. And that's the one thing I really, really love about this machine is that it has that option to, it's basically a built-in hump jumper. Okay, so now we're gonna do the same thing to our other short connector. And like I said, we're gonna go at 1/4 of an inch. Making sure everything is nice and lined up. And back stitch. Okay. So there we go. We have our back. Now we're gonna repeat this to the front. The only difference is we do not have to worry about putting another connector here. We're just doing our, just the back is what's gonna have that extra D-ring connector there. So gonna do the same thing, measure up 1.5 inches using your marking tool. This one here is the it's like the leather vinyl one that I got from Laura Moreno's shop. And you can use its handy refills. And they're actually a really good price. So I bought a bunch. So I'm gonna start at the bottom, 1/4 of an inch. Make sure I'm holding my threads. Okay. Now we're gonna do the same exact thing. Okay. So there. Whoops. Sorry. Thank you, Cindy. Yes. For some reason, whenever, like, if I get like a low battery or something, it pops up to let me know. And then it freezes everything. So I'm just gonna plug my phone in. Okay, there we go. So now you can see we have our strap. Those are done. Okay, so now we're gonna do our exterior front flap panel. So you need your flap piece. And you're gonna wanna get your flap pattern template. And I'm gonna grab my magnetic snaps real quick. Okay, so I have 2 magnetic snaps. I'm using these right here. They're a little bit smaller, but since I'm using 2, I'm not super worried. So, just going to match up my template. Okay. So I'm just marking my magnetic snap placement. And we're going to add the female side, or the male side, sorry, to the lining part. So I'm gonna grab some scrap Decoville that I have over here, or Peltex, whatever you can find. So I just have scrap Decoville. Cut it into pieces. Okay, and now we can and then I like to fold my prongs in on themselves. So there we go. And then of course I'm gonna use my duct tape to put it over the prongs. And I'm gonna set these aside for later, because now you're gonna want to grab your lining flap panel so you'll have your flap panel right here, and we're going to draw a 7.5 inch box by 7 1/8 inch from the 9 inch side. So you want to grab your ruler, and I have a bigger mat. I just want to make sure that this is the right side. So this is 9 inches by 8.5. So you want the 9 inch side to be at the top. So double checking, 9 inches. Perfect. Let me just adjust you a little bit. And real quickly, I'm going to find my centers for my strap here, or my panel. So you're gonna wanna go 7 1/8 of an inch from here. So I'm just lining up my center, 7 1/8 of an inch from here. Grab my marking pen, and it's gonna be 7 1/2 inches. So three, that's 6, 7 1/4 on this side, and 1/4 on the other side. So you're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and 3/4 on each side. Okay. So now I'm gonna go, I wanna make sure that this is 7 1/8 inch and from each side. So measure from box to box, 7 1/2, perfect. So this is what it looks like. It should be 7 1/8 wide here, from the top to the bottom of the box, and then it should be 7 1/2 inches. Now, grab your we're gonna grab the exterior flap. Yes. So you want your exterior front flap. It's gonna be like this. Oh, let's find our centers. Find the centers and clip. You're going to want to center it by marking your centers on your line panel and your exterior front. You want to put it right sides down, so right sides are touching. So now what we're going to do is we're going to stitch along this box that we just drew. So I'm going to put my stitch length to a 4. And just want to make sure that I'm right on that line. Go a couple stitches and then back stitch. Okay. Pivot. I need to go a little bit more. I want to make sure that I'm right on that. I'm going to go back just a little bit so that I make sure I hit that corner. And now I'm just going to go all the way down. Making sure everything stays nice and even. Which actually doesn't seem to be a problem. I don't have any shifting or anything with this machine, which is nice. So I'm not having to adjust as much. And now we're gonna go back up and then back stitch. And you just want to make sure that you follow that line that we drew. So, just like that. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to mark a 1/2 inch from these corners here. So you can remove your clips. And you want to mark a 1/2 inch. From the sides. So you should have 2 markings of 1/2 inch from these stitch lines. From there, you're going to just go from the corner of that box to that marking, that 1/2 inch, and you're gonna make a diagonal line because that's where we're gonna snip up to that corner. Okay, so you should have diagonal lines going right up to that 1/2 inch. And now you're just going to snip all the way to that corner, but you don't want to snip your stitching. You just want to go as close as you can to it without going over it. So you should have stitch or diagonal cuts snipped just like this. So now, this is what it's going to look like. When you flip it, just like this, it's going to want to curve in. Now, I'm using waterproof canvas. I'm using waterproof canvas and vinyl, so I cannot iron this down, but if you're using like a quilting cotton, you could totally iron this down. In this pattern here, it recommends that you can use double-sided tape. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add some double-sided tape right here to hold it in place. And we're going to add it also right here to the bottom. So now I can just kind of work with it. So what I like to do is I grab a couple clips and I kind of make this even here, and I clip it, and I do the same exact thing to my other side. I make sure that these are even, and then I can start working with my lining. Yes. Give me a second.
I don't like this. Let's go again.
So like I said, I'm a little nitpicky, so I'm just gonna fuss with it until I'm happy with it. And there we go. Don't do that. Please don't do that. So now it looks nice. I have nice corners, just like this. And now I can just kind of adjust this a little bit so this is kind of what you want. You want it to be nice and squared off. I want to move your back a little bit so that, that way I'm not shaking you so much. Hi, Beverly. Sorry. I got caught up with sewing. I didn't realize that I had somebody else pop on. So. Now you're gonna get your lining, or your 8-inch. So when we're cutting this one here for the 8-inch for the number 5 zipper, it actually tells you to if you're using like a continuous zipper, to cut 1.5 inch to 2 inch. So I actually did not grab my zipper. I'm just gonna use a silver zipper. Let's see. I'm going to cut this down to about, let's see, I'm going to cut this to about 9.5 inch. You can always trim it down. Get the edges so that I can stop the fraying. And let's add our number 5 zipper. I'm just going to add my zipper by hand. So my zipper, I'm going to, my iron is way over there, so it's going to just run it under my heat press to I just ran it under my heat press. Not too wavy. Okay. So I like my zippers to open from the left to the right. Right? So it's, yeah, it opens from the left. Opens from left to right. And then here we go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to center it at the top. So I just kind of centered it at the top, eyeballed it here so that since it is cut a little bit longer, it makes it a little bit easier. So there we go. So now you're gonna sew at 1/8 of an inch just from the top here in a U shape. So you're gonna wanna go from the top, bottom, and then up. And you want to stitch that at 1/8 of an inch. So I'm actually gonna start from the side here. I want this to be as even as possible, so I'm just kind of holding everything in. And I'm gonna put my star at like the length of a just want to make sure that everything is nice and even. Pull my threads, and we're going 1/8 of an inch from the edge. I'm just making sure that everything is even. You can use double-sided tape if you want to. To hold it in place. And I'm just going to hold it in place with my hand. Okay. I'm still going to 1/8 of an inch from the edge. With my needle down, I'm going to put my zipper back up and continue going all the way down. And now I'm just gonna go back up at that 1/8 of an inch right here and then back stitch. Okay. So now, that's what it should look like. We're going to just pull this up here, the bottom. You want to pull the bottom up, making sure it lines up on the edges on the back. So you want to make sure that they line up. Grab some clips so you can clip it. And we're going to clip at the top right here. So just like that, we're going to clip at the top. And we're going to baste this at 1/8 of an inch. Actually, I'm going to change my stitch length to like a 4.5. Like I said, I'm just making sure that everything is nice and even. And now we can baste this at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay. So it is top stitch, the top at that 1/8 of an inch. So just got my seam ripper. You want to make sure you just go along on the that you just top stitch the pocket. And don't go past. I went past a little, just a little bit. Okay. So now, so you just want it to where you can kind of open it up so you can see the, like I said, I just went a little bit past, so I was not paying attention. Open it back up. And now you can stitch the sides down. And she has you stitch it down at a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So I still have my stitch length to a like a 4 1/4. So I'm going to take a couple stitches, back stitch. Okay. I'm always losing my snips. There we go. That's what you want to do. You just want to move this out of the way, and so that you can stitch on the side. So now we're going to do the same thing on this side, on the other side. So okay. I'm going to back stitch and alrighty, there we go. Now it's stitched on both sides, and now you have a nice zipper pocket. I just had some like vinyl scraps in there, which is causing those little bumps, but now that they're gone, perfect. Now now we're going to be moving on to like some of our 3/8 of an inch, and so I'm going to check my seam allowance. I have this little seam guide that I got from oh my goodness, I cannot think. Cereal Bag Maker. I believe So Sweet, is it So Sweetness? I want to say that she has one also. It's a little bit bigger than mine. I think I might end up getting it, because I think the bigger one works a little bit better on, would work a little bit better on this one. My other one does not really. This is tiny compared to. Okay, so I'm just adjusting. I'm actually going to use a Sharpie, to mark my 3/8 of an inch. And then I'm going to move my seam guide, my drop down seam guide that I have, which is this little thing right here that you can see me drop down. I'm just adjusting it so that it's at that 3/8 of an inch. So now you want to get your exterior. Put it right sides together. We're going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch. So you just want to make sure everything is lined up. I'm going to go ahead and clip the top, but you want to make sure that you don't stitch all the way around because you're going to want to be able to turn this right sides out. So I just find if I clip the top, helps keep this all lined up nicely. And I tend to be an over clipper, so that's why I'm using pretty much every clip I own. I'm just gonna adjust this so it should look like this. And we're gonna sew around this at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm gonna drop down my seam guide so that I know it's right. Pull my threads. Still at that like 4.5 back stitching. And now I'm just sewing this at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And back stitching when I get to the top. So there we go. I don't know if you can see. And like I said, you want to make sure that you don't sew the top. So you want to keep this top open. And now what you're going to do is you're going to want to, what I like to do is I like to get my pinking shears and I like to trim these corners here. So I'll just go about a 1/4 of an inch, but then I go about 1/8 of an inch from that stitching when I go around that corner. This helps me get a nice round corner. But you want to make sure you don't go over that stitching. So my corners, I'm going to stick. We're going to turn this right sides out. And then we're going to top stitch this. So I'm just going to get my corner. Where my chopstick. Really get into that corner. To round it out. And then what I like to do is I will then switch to my, this is like a clover turning point, and I like to switch to that once I've popped everything out with my chopstick, and then really make sure that it's nice and crisp on those corners. So I have a nice round flap on these corners here. And so gonna grab a couple of my bigger clips here to hold it for when I top stitch, because we're gonna top stitch this at 3/8, or not 3/8, an 1/8 of an inch. So I just want to make sure that nothing shifts. And we're going to, now we're going to completely top stitch this all the way around. I'm going to grab a couple clips here just to clip my top also. I'm going to start in the middle and then go all the way around. Like I said, 1/8 of an inch from the edge. So I'm going to change my stitch length now to a 6. I want to make sure it's a nice even 1/8 of an inch. There we go. Okay, am I back? Sorry. Good night, Kier. Rosie, yes, I'm telling you, and now because I am like pregnant, I think I'm like 7 months, 8 months. Once they're on the floor, they're pretty much, that's where they live until after I have this child, because I only have a limited number of like bending over that I can do. But yes, my clips get flung everywhere. So here we go. Here's the top stitching of my flap. Yes. Okay, sorry. So now we can grab our front slip pocket. So let's go ahead and grab that. So we have our front slip pocket right here. I'm gonna trim down the excess like seam along Sew Fuse Plus that's peeking out, so that it's all nice and even. And then I'm going to also mark my corners. Definitely need a stool. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to get my centers. I just want to make sure. I'm going to also grab my the pattern piece for this so that I can mark where my snaps are supposed to go, my other snaps. So, got our front slip pocket right here. Want to make sure it's going the right way. It is. So, going to mark out my centers of my panels. I just find marking the centers help a lot, keeping everything nice and straight. So, on the wrong side, I'm going to line up my centers. And we can mark out where these snaps are supposed to be, right here. Grab the washers for the extra snaps. If I can find them. Here we go. Perfect. It's this, I think it's just the storm that's happening. I'm not on like my internet because I knew it was gonna go out. Our internet is terrible out here in Austin. You would think that like in the city they would have like faster internet. They definitely don't. We have like I don't know what it's called, but it was like when we lived in the apartment, or yeah, when we lived in the apartment in Leander, it was I don't know, it was super fast. We had like the fastest one because, like I said, we're, you know, my kids are on virtual learning. I do, you know, sew alongs, my business, and then my husband works from home, so he also needed the internet. Kids on Fortnite, streaming, so this is just so slow. Like only a certain amount of people can be on. So I'm just looking for my my other snaps because I lost them. So I'm going to cut extra deck of a light first while I think about where I may have put these pieces at. Okay, sorry everyone. Internet is not working. So what I did was I added my deckable light and my snaps. And if you, now you can kind of see that this is how your flap is going to look like. Because this is your exterior. Pull this off. And now we're going to get the front slip pocket lining. I'm gonna go, I think I left it over here. So I'm gonna go grab it real quickly. Okay. Guess I didn't cut it out, so there we go. Now we're going to, I'm going to mark my centers. It's probably not necessary, but I just like to, because it makes everything easier. Okay, so now you're going to put your lining pieces right sides together. And we're going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance at the top. So what I did was I just matched my centers, adding way too many clips. Okay. Okay, so then we're going to top stitch, or not top stitch, but we're going to stitch this right here at a we're going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch. Sorry, I was switching my stitch length back from my 6 to a 4.5. And like I said, we are doing 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So, whoops, forgot to hold my threads. Let's see. Gotta get used to making sure I hold my threads. Not like my juicy. Okay. Now we're going to open this up and top stitch this at a 1/8 of an inch. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just open up my seams with my fingers. Use my seam roller here, and then I can turn it right sides, and I'm going to do the same thing with my seam allowance or my seam roller. I'm going to make sure everything is nice and even. Okay. So now I'm just kind of making sure everything is nice and even. And rolling my seams. So here we go. I'm going to stitch this at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I want to make sure everything is nice and even. So I'm going to go ahead and add a couple clips to hold everything in place. I'm just kind of messing with it until I get it to how I like it. Now I can top stitch this at that 1/8 of an inch. So I want to make sure I hold my threads, and I'm going to change my stitch length back to that 6. And we're going to top stitch this at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay. Making sure I back stitch. So top stitched right there at the 1/8 of an inch. And now I want you to also baste around the sides. So I'm going to go ahead and baste around these sides at that 1/8 of an inch. But I'm going to change my length back to that 4.5 stitch length. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do a 4 for my stitch length. And we're doing an 1/8 of an inch. Back stitching. I'm gonna put my foot to like a 1 because it's a lot thinner. I don't need my walking foot to go too high, so I'm gonna move it to a 2 because it's a little 2. There we go, perfect. I'm just going around at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Making sure I back stitch. So now it is completely basted around. And now we can, so now we're gonna pin the finished slip pocket panel to one of the exterior bottom panels. So here is my exterior bottom panel. So you're going to put it right sides together just like this. And as always, I'm going to mark my centers. Like I said, I just find that marking my centers makes everything a lot easier in the long run. And it's better safe than sorry. Okay. So now I can just match my bottom center here with my bottom center here. So my two centers are matching. And I can clip, and we're gonna baste this at 1/8 of an inch also. Making sure everything is nice and even. Okay, I'm just gonna adjust this just a tad. Let go because it's pulling a little bit. There we go. So this, like I said, I just want to make sure everything is nice and even. So adjusting if needed. Okay, so there we go. Now we can stitch this on at a 1/8 of an inch, just on the side. So we're just doing the side like a U shape because this is going to be a slip pocket. So you want to make sure that you don't accidentally go all the way across. So, holding my threads, back stitching. Gonna move my walking foot up just a little bit since now it's not as thin. I find that if it's not feeding right, it's probably just because I need to adjust my foot, the height of my walking foot. Okay. Making sure I back stitch. And there we go. I have my slip pocket done. And now we're going to baste our zipper pocket on. So what it wants you to do is it just tells you to lock the magnets in place so that you know it's a nice straight fit. So just like this. So see. So it'll be nice and even just by adding the magnets or attaching the magnets. So now we're just gonna baste this at 1/8 of an inch also. and back stitching. So now we have our flap panel. And this is our front exterior. This is going to be the front of our bag. So now what we're going to do is you want to grab your exterior middle contrasting panels right here. And just like before, I like to mark my centers. Do the same thing to my other side. I am marking my centers. I'm going to go ahead and grab the second exterior main panel or middle panel piece, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to mark my centers by just making little V's or triangles within the seam allowance. So not super big. So just like that. And now we can center this. So I'm just centering it with the lining panel that we have marked already. Just making sure my edges line up also. And like I said, I do take extra steps that probably aren't needed, but I find that it gives my bags a really nice even look because everything lines up. It just helps. So there. So see, my edges are nice and straight, even at the top. And now we are going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Move this back. My stitch length is the same. It's going to be at that 4.5, and my, I guess the height of my feed dogs is at like 2.5. So, or not feed dogs, sorry, the height of my foot. So I am just making sure everything is nice and lined up, holding my threads, go a couple stitches and then back stitch, and then so this is kind of the cool thing. So let me see if I can show, if I can move y'all closer. So right here, there's obviously going to be a lot of bulk. So what I can do is, my foot is set at 2.5, but it's not high enough to go over this. So all I need to do is just adjust my, I just need to adjust my, the height of my foot. So this little knob right here on the top. And, sorry, this just wasn't so wobbly. And so now I'll be able to walk over this. Dial it up to 5. So I'm just gonna, there. So 5 will get it over that hump. And it, like I said, it's basically a built-in hump jumper. So Still going at the 1/8 of an inch. I really like that you can adjust the height of your feed dogs to get it to grip your fabric. And back stitch. Definitely still, the machine is still a learning curve, but I'm getting the hang of it. Okay, so I'm gonna move y'all back a little bit. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to open up our middle panel and we are going to top stitch this at an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm going to put my stitch width to a 6. And we're going to top stitch this at an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm going to make sure everything's nice and open, holding. Sorry. Apparently it was not a good time to go live because the storm came in. Yes, Linda, I am using Tech 70 thread in my bobbin also. I'm using it on my top and my bobbin. So definitely, since I am cutting in and out, I will make another video of this. I have to regardless because I'm making my best friend a baby bag. I was supposed to make it a while ago and I never did. So I need to make another one of these. So I'll do an actual like pre-recorded one. That'll probably be a lot easier. Okay, so we top stitched. So I will say I still need to work on my top stitching. I'm trying to figure it all out. But also right here, for those that may have like the GC 1341, I think the best thing is to just be aware of these like humps here. So like, because I'm using like a waterproof canvas, I'm having to adjust the knob a little bit more. So you can see like how thin this is here. So you can see the thinness here and then the bulk that comes up here. So you'll want to make sure that you adjust it quick enough so that it doesn't get stuck so you're walking in place. Honestly, I'm not too, like, this is just something I'm going to have to get used to, and, like, eventually it will become, like, second nature, like, seeing that hump, knowing that I need to adjust. Also, what I've noticed, though, with the dial is that it's not like, oh, like, it's just a small adjustment. It's actually quite a big adjustment in order to get from here to here. So, like, say, like, this right here, I had to do it, like, at a 2.5. But then to get over this hump and to continue on, I needed to get to like a 4. And then to get down was also like a 4. So you just gotta have to kind of remember that. And then, but like I said, that's all just gonna eventually come to where it's gonna be second nature of me noticing that and like adjusting. Oh, thank you, Linda. Yes, like I said, this like we're gonna learn this together, and this is just like things that I've noticed. And I'm glad that this isn't like this is a teacher gift versus, like a custom, because like, these small imperfections are not going to, it's not going to be something that I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to redo it because a customer paid for it. I mean, I do like everything I get out perfect, but I think this was a perfect bag to make because it's really getting me familiar with the knob to adjust my walking foot, and also kind of understanding like stitch lengthwise also. I'm also hoping that this needle here is a 19 size needle. I'm used to using a size 18, so I am also noticing that it is producing some like wider or like bigger holes in the vinyl than I'm like used to. But I think this is a really good bag to learn your machine on because it does have these extra bulk here that kind of, like I said, gets you familiar with the adjusting the height of your presser foot and stuff. Presser foot. No, yeah. Your foot, your walking foot. So it's definitely giving me some practice. Mm-hmm. It's up here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put, so since this is the front, you want to make sure that this part here is, you put the right one on. You want to put the panel that we made, you want to make sure that you put the one that does not have the D-ring because this is going to be in the front. The back is the one that will have the extra D-ring. Oh,
sorry.
I can get it. Can you give me water? Yeah. Whew, sorry. She is like moving, and like since I'm like up and down, she's like, I don't know, like you can see like she's kind of coning out a little bit. She's sitting like weird. Okay, so we're gonna get the one that does not have the D-ring on it. Like I said, we're going to add our since our centers are marked already, it's going to be a little bit easier. All we need to do is match our centers. And then I like to go and match my edges on both sides. And then from there, I can clip everything else. Okay. What happened? You trying to get games?
They probably swallowed my nose, sorry.
Sorry, my husband is verifying something from my child's iPad, so this is what it's gonna look like. So now sorry, I want to make sure. Yes, she's definitely going to be spending a lot of time in here. It's just kind of this thing that me and my husband do. So like the first year of life since I nursed, I'm like, it's like mainly one-on-one time with me and the baby, and then my husband like has like daddy duty with the other ones. Because I know like since like I said, I do have to have a section, I can't really like lift or do much. So the little ones are a little bit younger and they need a little bit more attention, like they want to be picked up and stuff like that. So he tends to like hang out with the younger ones. My older ones, they don't really, they're like cool. You'll probably see them a lot also because my oldest loves babies. So he will be stuck to his sister's hip. Okay, so now we're placing the exterior top panel, the connector. Sorry. Yes, I am extremely lucky because he definitely helps out a lot with the boys. Okay, so we're going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm holding my threads. I'm going to put my stitch length back to that 3.5. I'm actually going to just keep it at a 5. Maybe that will be a lot better. And then I'm going to take a couple stitches and back stitch and just continue on. So I have my foot at a 4. It seems to be catching on to the thinner parts. And it went over the bulk here for the strap. And so I'm just going at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And now we're getting to the end. I'm going to back stitch. So there we go. Now we're going to top stitch this. So we're going to top stitch though. You want your seam allowance to be down. So this is your exterior top. You want it to be facing down because we're going to top stitch right here on this, on the middle panel. You're not going to top stitch on the top of your exterior panel. So, move my seam out of the way. I'm going to put my foot down. I'm going to put my stitch length back to that 6. Making sure everything is, I thought I saw a comment. Yes, thank you. I was super nervous about the colors, but I'm really liking how they're coming out. So here we go. We are going to take a couple of stitches, back stitch, and we're just doing this at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. And I'm just making sure everything is pulled tight and even. And we are going to top stitch, or not top stitch, back stitch. There we go. So, there's my top stitch. Okie dokie. So this is our front panel. So now we're going to do our back panel. So we can set this aside. I'm going to set that right there behind me. You're going to want to grab the exterior back pocket. which is going to be, where is it? Okay. I was a slip pocket. Where would I be? Nope, there it is on the floor. Okay. So you have your exterior, the back slip pocket. So I'm actually, I think I ended up not, I must have, I guess I missed a lot because I did not cut out another one of these back slip pockets. So let me see. Find my exterior back slip pocket. I'm gonna cut it real quick and I'll be right back. It shouldn't take long. Okay. There we go. So now we're going to exterior slip pocket. So we're going to draw a 9 3/8 of an inch box on the back here. So I'm going to even up my edges here just because I tend to, when I do my interfacing, I tend to kind of just do like a rough cut. I don't make it perfect. So sometimes they're cut a little bit bigger than what they're supposed to be. Okay. So I'm going to grab my zipper template. This zipper template is from Tots and Bobbins. It's the template from By Pierre. So it's going to be 1 3/4 of an inch. Hold on. Yeah, so it's going to, you're going to want to stitch this. Let's see. 1 3/4 of an inch down. Oh, let me mark my centers first. So I'm going to fold this in half so that I get a nice center crease. And then I can get my centers for this. Which so I just marked my centers. Make sure I'm not missing any comments. I love that. I love that the ruler. Seriously, it's so helpful. Okay, so I'm gonna, let's see. Let's see, and I think I need another. I'm making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, should we do it front? The side panels are lining, interior zipper pocket panel. That's what is this? The bottom. Okay. On the right side of the, I wonder if, okay, so I think it goes like this. That's why it looks weird. Okay, no. Am I missing pieces? I shouldn't be. Front slip. Make sure I'm not missing. Okay, I guess I'm not. I guess it's. Oh. Yes. Yes. Okay. I know what I'm missing on now. Okay, so I need to get, I made, it was right here, I believe. So this is supposed to be 10.5 by 14. So I need to cut this down to 10.5 by 14. Then, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go cut this down to the size I need for my back. Okay. So I just shrunk it down to the 10.5. I kept the length of it. So there we go. Perfect. Okay. So I'm actually going to fold this knew something was weird. So I'm going to fold this here like this, and then I'm going to go ahead and also fold down the middle so I can get that center crease. There we go. And I'm going to go an inch down from the top of so I'm gonna go an inch down because I do mine a little bit differently. So I'm just gonna go an inch down from here. So I'm gonna mark my 1 inch. So I can see the center crease. So that's how I know that my box is gonna be centered. Here's my marking pen, 1 inch. And now I know that this box is gonna be 3/8 of an inch by 9 inch. So I'm gonna grab my zipper template here, line this up to the middle and that marking I made for that 1 inch. And then I'm just going to like I said, I want to make sure it's nice and even. And then now I can make my 9 inch box. Okay. And then now, and with a chalk pen, I'm going to mark of an inch from the top, and I'm centering it right here. So I have my center. I'm going to center this at 3/4 of an inch. On my chalk pen, I just have it. Here we go. And I'm going to mark a line just like that. And I'll show you why I do that, because it wants you, what it wants us to do is actually like mark 1 3/4 of an inch down from here on the back side and then put it on. So what I do is I just do the 1 inch here, the 3/4 of an inch, and I know that I just need to line this up here, and it's like I did 1 3/4 of an inch, because this is 1 inch, that's 3/4 of an inch, and so that will be 1 3/4 of an inch down. I just like to do my pockets this way. So I'm going to refold this. So I can get that crease again. So I'm going to line it up with the line, and now I can stitch this box at, let's see, I'm going to stitch around this box, making sure everything is nice and even, and then I'm also going to change my stitch length down to like a 3 3/4 of a, so it's at 3 3 3/4, so it's a pretty small stitch length. So I'm just gonna put my needle down, lift my foot a little bit where it's not all the way down, but enough to where I can see where my needle is at, so that I know that I'm starting right in the corner. Everything is nice and lined up. And I'm going to hold my stitch or my threads, back stitch. Making sure everything is nice and even. I'm following that box. Okay, and now I can pivot and turn down. I normally just do 2 parallel lines, but I was not paying attention. So I'm just going to do the full box. And pivot to go up. Whoops. Being careful not to go too far past like I did. So I'm going to pull this out. Oh, so I went a little bit past the box. I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'm going to take that 1 stitch out, and now I'm going to reposition it here, and then I can just slowly take a couple stitches. And then I can back stitch to lock it in place. Okay. There we go. So now I have a nice box. Yes, it is really, really low. It's an office chair. And also this is the cylinder machine is really high. I'm working on the cylinder Thor GC 1341. So, and I have the flatbed attachment on right now. So, I definitely need to get a I'll either get a stool, or I'm also I'll text Sam or message Sam and see if if there's a way to adjust the table. Worst case, I just have to get a stool. Okay, so now I'm going to get my ruler here, and I'm going to cut a little snip in the middle, or like put a slit in the middle, and then I'm going to get my scissors. I'm just gonna cut through and then V to the center of my box, or to the corners, making sure I don't go over it. So I don't want to snip my my threads. So now I can just put in my lining. Like this. And then I can get my zipper. So I'm just going to put my lining through, and I'm just going to use my hand to fold these creases here, to just because I'm using waterproof canvas. I tend not to use a iron a lot, just because I don't ever have it ready, and I'm very impatient to wait for it to heat up, and it turns off like in 5 minutes. So there we go. So if you want, you could definitely hit it with your iron. I'm just going to use my hand, making sure everything lines up. I'm going to grab my I was going to grab my seam roller, but upstairs. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this to crease it. And then I do not have any, I thought I had a number 3 zipper that matched my, but I don't. All I have is like a blue and silver, and I don't want blue. So I'm gonna go grab an all-purpose zipper. Okay, here we go. So, the cool thing about these all-purpose zippers is you can use a number 3 zipper head on it, so you don't have to use this zipper. So I'm going to see how this color looks on Looks good. It's a little, like a light gray. I just got these off Amazon. So what I like to do is just cut this off. Burn my edge. Get my number 3 zipper pull. And I just put it on. So it's just the regular from My Handmade Space or wherever, Emmeline. And you can use it on the all-purpose zippers. See? So now I can just this onto my, I'm gonna move my mat. I just like to center this on I'm just making sure it's nice, somewhat even. Like I said, I tend to like fiddle with stuff. Probably end up making it worse because I'm messing with it, but so there we go. So now I'm going to keep my stitch length at, I'm going to put it to a 4. So it's a little bit bigger, but it's not much bigger. I don't use a top stitch length whenever I am doing the, oh, I dropped it. Try it again. Okay, so I'm just going to re-put this back on. There we go. Like I said, I'm just keeping it as even as possible. And I guess I'm just going to start from this side. So, there we go. I'm going to go 1/8 of an inch. Okay, I'm gonna have to go from the other side just because My foot is a little big on the other side. It's bigger on the other side, so I'm just gonna hold it. Fold that end. Just make sure everything is lined up. Probably double-sided tape would work, but okay. So I'm just gonna adjust. I'm gonna worry about. I have to probably stand up. Definitely gonna need to get a stool because I can't like hold this at that angle. Okay. Hopefully this zipper comes out straight. So I just want to grab my thread so that it doesn't get sucked up underneath. Whoops, did not make it to where I was trying to make it. I'm going to 1/8 of an inch from the edge, from the top. I'm just going to make sure that it is even. I'm not going to worry about the bottom. If my top is even, then my bottom will be even with it also. I am struggling with this zipper. Okay. It's me. I'm making this more difficult than it needs to be. Okay. Just trying to tell myself, just leave it alone. It doesn't. Looks good. Okay. I'm just gonna do it. So, back stitch. My needle is down. I'm going to pull my zipper head through just a little bit. Yes. This would probably be the worst zipper pocket I've done. I could not figure it out. Okay, so I pivot in and okay. Turning, and we are going to do 1/8 of an inch all the way back up, just like we did on the other side. My needle's down. I'm going to move my foot or my zipper pull back up. Still trying to go at that 1/8 of an inch. Okay, there we go. Not as bad as I would have thought it would have been, but definitely not my best zipper box that I've done, as you can see. Yes, I think I'm gonna get a stool with wheels. Okay, so let's see. It opens, it closes. That's how that matters, right? It happens. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna I'll just leave it like that for now, and then we can go ahead and close up the zipper. That zipper took me way too long to do. I think on my inside pocket, I'm just gonna change it to a number 5. I think those are a little bit easy. That will probably be a little bit easier to manage. Right now I'm just making sure everything is nice and even here. And then I'll be able to cut this excess zipper off when I'm, whoops. Okay, so yeah. So now you're just gonna stitch this at, oops. I'm just gonna stitch this closed, and you're gonna stitch around using 1/4 of an inch. Want to make sure you fold the slip pocket out of the way. So I'm gonna keep my stitch length at that like 4. Yeah, 4. And just make my way all the way, making sure I close my pocket up. And I'm gonna go one more stitch down and around. Like I said, making sure your slip pocket exterior is out of the way. Okay, I'm gonna go down this because I kind of got off of the 1/4 of an inch, so I'm just gonna so there we go. Our pocket is now closed, our zipper pocket. So there we go. Now I can trim off this extra right here. And that's our pocket. So I'm just gonna cut off any of the extra thread. And now we can move on to pinning the back exterior slip exterior panel, which is going to be this piece right here. And you're going to put these right sides together. So I'm going to match my, I'm going to find my centers of my zipper, or not zipper, my slip pocket right here. Do the same for my other side. And now we're just going to match this right sides together. So here is okay. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing to the bottom. Matching my centers. Okay, so you'll have your top and your bottoms pinned just like this. And you're going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm going to drop that down. I'm going to keep my stitch length at the same stitch length, which is the 3 or 4. Hold my threads. And go a couple stitches and then back stitch. Okay, so we just did our top at that 3/8 of an inch, and now we're gonna do the bottom part of our and my zipper, like I said, the zipper is a little bit longer, so I'm going to catch it whenever if I catch it, it's okay. Oops. Forgot to hold my threads again. Looks like it's fine. So I'm stitching this on at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay. There we go. It's stitched on. So now we're going to turn this right side out through one of the side openings. So it's going to pull it through. So I'm going to make sure I get these edges out right here. I'm just pulling these seams, making sure they're nice and even. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing to my bottom. If you have an iron, you might want to do that, use that, because it will help. So I'm just going to so now it wants you to clip. Well, I'm going to clip. It wants you to top stitch, but it'll have you also close up the sides. there we go. That is what your pockets should look like. I kind of just go based on like my personal preference. I like, when I'm constructing on my Zuki, I normally have it at like a 3, but I found that the 4, like 3.5 to 4 is a comparison to that 3. And then for the top stitching, I had it at a 5, but I didn't like how long it was for the top stitching, so the 6 is what I use for this, for my stitching, for my top stitching. Like I said, it's really all personal preference. Some people use the same stitch constructing as I do top stitching. So I just like kind of played around with it to see which one I liked best. So here we're gonna baste this. So basting this at 1/8 of an inch. So I'm now getting to that top. So I'm going to put my stitch length to 6 because I forgot to change it. We're only top stitching the top. We are not top stitching the bottom right now. Unless you want to do a let me just put my needle down. Whoops. So the only time you will if you want to make a trolley sleeve instead of the slip pocket, you'll top stitch along both bottom edges. So you'll have the top stitch, and then you will just attach these to the side of your back panel piece, I believe. So I'm making the slip pocket. Okay. So my top stitching, and now we're going to grab the exterior bottom panel, this last one that we have. Let me find it. Insert a zipper. Okay, so this is our exterior bottom right here. And for this, we're going to pin the back slip pocket 1 inch from the top. So I'm going to find my centers. But I want to make sure first that my I'm going to make sure that it's the right way. So I have it at Okay. So I need it the widest part like on this side, so it should be even, perfect. So I'm going to find my centers, like always. And do it to my bottom. Just like that. Grab my ruler and my chalking pen, and I'm going to mark this out at 1 inch, making sure it's even. Not very noticeable, but I can see it enough to where I know where my 1 inch is supposed to be. So grab some pins or clips, and you're gonna clip just like this. Okay. Okay, so you have it clipped. It's gonna be clipped just like this, 1 inch from the top. And we're going to baste on the sides, and then also you're gonna want to top stitch. So I'm going to, my stitch length is, I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. If I want, I'm gonna baste it at the bottom. No, I'm gonna baste it on the sides first, and then I will top stitch. I don't like having the stitch length that is 6 on the side. I'll just do it. I'm just gonna, my stitch length is gonna be at a 6, and we're just gonna baste this at a 1/8 of an inch all the way around. Pull my stitch, my thread tails, back stitch, and just go all the way around. Go a little bit further. Okay. Now I'm just gonna go all the way down, making sure it's all nice and even. It's gonna be 1/8 of an inch from this bottom edge. We'll make sure it's nice and even, because this is what it's gonna be seen from. Okay. just gonna go 1/8 of an inch. All the way down. Back stitching. Okay, so we have our pocket. So this is a slip pocket now. And then it is basted right or top stitch at the bottom. So now what we're going to want to do is you're going to want to place the remaining exterior middle panel piece, which is this piece right here. It's a really, really thin one. Our middles are already clipped for both of the middle panel and the exterior bottom. So now you just match your centers. Like I said, I like to go from the side first, and then I go to and I'll go towards the middle for the outsides. Uh-oh. I know. You know, Linda, sometimes I do, like, I just know that if I stop, who knows how long this bag will, like if I stop, I don't know how, like, my break will end up being, like, 2 months long. Like, I did not finish a moonwake. Like, all I have to do is put the, like, the main panel into the lining, you know, stitch it and birth it and then top stitch it, and I have not done that. And it's been maybe, like, 3 months. So I took a 3-month long break. So that's why I tend to, like, once I start, I try not to stop because I probably won't come back to it. Okay. So we're going to sew this here at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going to adjust my seam. So here we go. So I'm going to put my stitch length back to a 4. And we are stitching this at 3/8 of an inch. So making sure everything is nice and lined up. I have my threads. Back stitch. There we go. So it's stitched on at 3/8 of an inch. And now, just like before, we are going to top stitch it right at the bottom. Put this up. Put my stitch length back to a 6. Making sure everything is nice and straight. I'm going at a 1/8 of an inch Here we go. So here is our main panel, our exterior, and now you want to grab the exterior panel or the exterior top handle with the D-ring. We're going to match our centers. Just like we've been doing. We're going to match the center. From there, match our sides. Make sure our sides are even. And there we go. Just make sure everything is nice and lined up. Okay, now we can stitch this on also at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. And then we're gonna top stitch again. Then we'll top stitch. Just like we did our front panel. So I'm gonna put my stitch length back to a 4. And drop my seam guide. Okay, there we go. So that is stitched at a 3/8 of an inch. Just like before, you want to make sure seam allowance is pointing down. Make sure your seam allowance is pointing down, and we're going to top stitch this at an eighth of an inch seam allowance. So stitch length back to a 6. Making sure everything is lined up. Here we go. Okay, and now and there we go. So now we have our back exterior panel done. So here we go. We can set that aside with our front panel. because now we're going to move on to our side panels. You're going to want your side panels exterior and your side panels linings. And what we're going to do is you're going to put your lining and your exterior right sides together on the longest part of the side pocket. And we're going to clip them. Do the same thing to your second side pocket. So, match your edges. And we can match the centers or the middle part. Okay, and now we are going to stitch this together with 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I put my stitch length back to a 4. And then back stitching. Where did I put my snips? Back here. Okay. Now we're going to do the same thing to our other panel or side panel. We're going to want to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance also. We'll move this back just a tad. Holding my threads. Back stitching. Okay. So there we go. So now we're going to open them up just like this. I am just going to use some of the bigger clips here to clip my top panels so they're nice and even. And then I want to match the edge right here on both on all 3 sides. Yeah. All 4 sides. So we're going to top stitch, and then we're gonna baste the 3 remaining edges. So what I'm just going ahead and clipping first for my top stitching, and then one last thing I have to do once I'm done top stitching. So like I said, I'm just gonna make sure everything is nice and even here. Here we go. So now I am just going to make sure everything is nice and even. Okay, so now we're going to top stitch both the tops at a stitch length of 6. There we go. And I'm going to hold my my threads, and make sure everything is lining up. And I'm going at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. And back stitching. And my bobbin ran out. So I need to wind another one. Whoops, I should have did 2, but I was not thinking. Okay, let me put on my accidentally pulled off my cover. That's okay, I just need to pop it back on. Pulled my bottom out too much. So now I'm gonna see. I gotta figure out how to put that back in. There we go. So I'm going to lift my foot. And just do what I did last time. Just going through the tension disc for winding and just pulling it through. Can't really see. Okay, so now I can whoops. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this in my bobbin. So just, perfect P for perfect sewing. I'm gonna pull it through here, and then there's like a little notch. I wanna make sure that my bobbin is hooked into there. I'm going to make sure that my foot is at its highest point. Make sure my little flip, there's a little flap there. You want to make sure that's up and just lock it into place like that. And now we can thread it. Okay. Up. So you just pull this up, like whenever you get to the silver one on your machine, you want to, or the spring lever, you want to pull it up until you hear that click, and then bring it up through the thread guide here, through here. Back over, down. There we go. And now we're going to turn so that you can pull your bobbin up. And there you go. All done. I'm using a size 19 needle with Tech 70 thread. Yes, same Shinova. Hyper focus, definitely. Okay. So now we top stitched the first one. We need to top stitch our second one. So my stitch length is still at a 6. We're gonna go at 1/8 of an inch here. Holding that stitch for my threads, back stitching. We're going at a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance for that top stitching. Okay, looks good. Now that we've top stitched, we're gonna want to go ahead and baste the bottoms. I'm going to put my stitch length back to a 4 in order to stitch this. And you're gonna want to baste these at an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So holding threads. Okay. Let me check my bobbin real quickly. Something is stuck. Yep. Okay. Weird. Okay. There we go. Sorry. So now we're going to do the same thing, 1/8 of an inch on the edge here of this side panel. So I'm just going to cut off this extra thread. Same thing that we did to the other one. stitch. So there we go. Now we have our, gonna move y'all back a little bit this way so that what do you mean, Linda? I don't know what Lauren said. Okay. So we have our stitches, our side panels are basted. So now what I'm gonna do is just clip my center within that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance that we just did. Just in case we have to match a bottom, because I can't remember. Yes, so we do match the bottoms. So we're gonna get our side exteriors now, right here. You want the exteriors, not the lining. I'm going to mark my centers, like always. I'm gonna mark the tops just in case. Like I said, better safe than sorry. Same for my other exterior. And my other side. There we go. We're gonna pin the finished side pockets, which are these right here, to the exterior, matching the bottom edges. So they should match. So even if I'm matching my centers, I know that if I match my centers, it will match the edge also. So, but make sure that you put it on the right way. So you want to make sure that your lining is touching your exterior. You don't want to put it exterior to exterior, like I almost did. So, just like that. I'm going to grab my second side panel, and I'm going to do the same exact thing. So, lining to exterior. And perfect. So I'm just matching, I match my centers, and then by matching my centers, I know that my bottoms are going to be even, or my sides are going to be even. Oh. Okay. So I have my bottom panels. So we're going to base this together at an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So my stitch length is still at A4. Holding my stitch length, or my threads. I'm going to start, back stitch, and pretty much just following that existing seam that we just did, the stitch line that we did when we basted the lining and these side panels together. So my bottom panels for my side panel and my side panels and my exterior are now basted together just like this. Like I said, you want to make sure exterior side panel is facing out, and your lining of the side panel pocket is actually touching your exterior side pocket or exterior panel. And do the same exact thing to our second pocket. We are stitching this at 1/8 of an inch. Back stitching. Turn this down just a bit. There we go. So, our bottom linings are attached, and now we are going to match the edge of our side panels to the edge of our exterior. And it's not going to like fit perfectly. That's okay. You want it to bubble out because that's how it makes the side pockets, so that you can add like a tumbler or something to the side. So you have your side here, and this is where you want to have that bit of a bubble. So you're just going to match edges here. So I'm going to match here, and I'm going to match also on the top. And then from there, I like to just continue matching my edges. Whoops. So just like that, you want this bubble right here, because that is where you have that pocket. So we're going to do the same thing to our other side. So I'm matching the top here. And the side here. And now I can just match my edges on my other side. I want to make sure that it bubbles out. Match my edge. I'm going to match my edge here. Okay, so there we go. That's what it should look like. Move this. And now we are going to base this at 1/8 of an inch. Pretty much any time I baste at 1/8 of an inch. So I'm just going to line my butt up. Okie dokie. So, we just did one side, now we're gonna do our other side. Still going at that 1/8 of an inch. Put my foot down, or my needle down, and then okay. Just trim off this excess thread. Make sure everything is sitting nice and even. It is, so now I can just trim off these little like excess pieces from when we top stitched. And now we can do our second panel. So 1/8 of an inch for this bottom panel too. Back stitch. I'm always forgetting where I put my snips at. Oh goodness. They fall in the trash. Okay, I lost my snips. That's okay, I have extra. Now, just do the same thing to your other side. Like I said, we're going at 1/8 of an inch for this basting stitch. Making sure everything stays lined up. Okay. So now I'm just going to trim up this excess. So there is my pocket. So I have 2 side pockets and 2 exterior sides. Now we can move on to the bottom connectors. So we're going to mark a 1/2 inch from the bottom raw edge. And we're gonna make sure that when we do this, let's see. Am I missing something? Oh wait, no, wait. I'm missing, oh, here it is. So I have our D-rings. So you're gonna wanna get both your D-rings here. Let me grab my smaller cutting mat so I can show you. So, you have your D-rings right here matching. Grab your marking pen and your ruler. And you want to mark a 1/2 inch on one side and then a 1/2 inch on the other side of your so you want it to be mirrored. So if you're looking at it, you should have one on one outside and one on the other outside, just like that. Because what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get some double-sided tape. Just a little bit, not a lot, just enough to hold this piece at the bottom together for me. So I want to make sure that these are nice and even. I'm just making sure that everything lines up. They are mirrored image. And we're going to want to cut at a diagonal line from corner to corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to go from this side here so I can make sure that it's nice and even. I need to get my rotary cutter back here. So you'll have one. And now you're going to do the same thing to your other side. You're going to go from that mark to corner. So it should look just like this. So you're going to want to grab your exterior back panel. So the exterior back panel is the one with the top D-ring and has the slip pocket. You want to measure up 1 inch from the bottom here. From the bottom of your and grab your marking pen. So 1 inch from the bottom. Just gonna add a small little marking, enough to where it's just within the seam allowance. And I'm gonna do the same thing to our other side. Mark that 1 inch. So 1 inch. And 1 inch, perfect. Okay, and now, so just show you, you have your 1 inch mark there and your 1 inch mark there. And you want to you're gonna put your connector right at the top of that mark we made. So just like that, it's gonna be at a little angle. And then you are gonna wanna clip it down. Now we're gonna do the same exact thing to the other side. Matching your corner to that mark that we made and clipping. Okay, so now if you look, it should look like this. And we are going to base that with 1/8 of an inch seam allowance as before. Okay. There we go. So that is based on at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance right there. We're gonna do the same thing to our other connector. I just want to make sure that my marking is, or that my corners are still at that mark. Holding my stitches, making sure everything lines up. Holding my thread tails, back stitching, and there we go. So that is back stitched on, and or basted on, sorry. So this is what it should look like. You should have your D-rings connected at the bottom. And so now your exterior is pretty much completed. Or your back exterior. And we are going to grab now our foam pieces, and we're going to base these on. And then I'm going to put on my nameplate before I forget. Do not want to forget. So. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to use my longer clips to hold my interface or my phone for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and baste everything, or not baste, but clip everything, and then I will add my nameplate. So I'm just going to clip as much as I need to. Like I said, I tend to over clip. Okay, I'm just grabbing more of my longer clips so that I can add my side panels. And last one, and then we can get to basting. Okay, there we go. So I have clipped and clipped on all of my foam pieces, and now we're gonna go ahead and baste this. Okay, so it says to go ahead and clip the pocket in like this so there's no folds on the foam. So I'm going to clip right in the middle just like this. And we're going to baste this on with a 1/4 of an inch. So this basting here is going to be at a 1/4 of an inch. You can just start anywhere. My stitch length is going to be at a 4. And there we go. Let's I'm just gonna go all the way around at that 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, basting all these foam pieces onto my exterior. Right now I'm just doing the side panels, and then I'm going to move to my exterior panels. And then when I'm done basting my exterior panels, I'm actually going to go ahead and add my nameplate. You just want to make sure that you don't go past that 1/4 inch seam allowance. If you end up going to 1/8 of an inch, it's okay. You just don't want to go, you just want to make sure you catch everything. But you want to make sure that you stay within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, because the when we attach this, it's going to be like at a 3/8 of an inch, and if you go further, you could see the basting stitches that you've made. So I'm just going to so there we go. It is basted on. Set that to the side, grab my next one. I'm going to do the same thing I did where I clipped my middle, and then right before, I'm just going to start wherever, holding my threads. Yeah, Bubba's. You can get one from over there. Ask Dada. Okay, well, if Dada said no, then Dada said no. My 3-year-old is really sneaky. So he'll, you know, if he doesn't get the answer he wants from my husband, he'll come to me, and then, you know, I don't know that Dada said no. So he ends up getting what he wants, and I'm like, so I am just, there we go. So now we have this basted on. So we have our 2 exterior panels basted on. Let's go ahead and add our exterior. I'm gonna do the back because then I can finish on the front, and I can add my nameplate. So 1/4 of an inch. Like I said, I just start wherever, just because we're basting it, it's not going to be seen. I love you too, Bubba's. We're gonna go 1/4 of an inch. There we go. And then and when I'm doing my 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, I'm going from the edge of my exterior. I'm not looking at my foam. So I'm not going based on the edge of my foam. I'm going based on the edge of my like actual like exterior panel. I'm just moving my handle out of the way so I don't accidentally stitch it while basting. I'm getting right to the end, so I'm going to back stitch. And I lost another pair of snips. Found them. So there we go. You have your exterior now basted to your foam. This is the back. I'm going to set that aside and grab my center or my exterior front. And just like the other ones, we're going to base this with that 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Make your way around. Okay. All the way down. Coming up to the start of where we basted, and I'm just pretty much I back stitched. Now I can trim off this extra. Threads here. And there we go. Our front exterior is now done, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab my nameplate. Grab 2 here, and I have I need my ruler or a ruler. So my center is already marked on my exterior here, so I'm gonna actually grab my trimmers here, and I'm going to just kind of cut this down just to even it up. Okay, and now I can just go down maybe I like to do so I'm gonna go about 1.5 inches, grab my, I think I dropped my washer. So I'm just centering it. I'll go ahead and mark where my, whoops, go. Since it has foam, I don't have to worry about the putting any Decoville because I have foam on my panel. So I'm just gonna stick this in. Just making sure everything is nice and even. There we go. My nameplate is on. I like to keep the plastic on just so it doesn't get scratched up. And then I believe we're going to be putting on our rivets now. So let's see, we're actually going to do our connector. So grab your side panels, also your ruler. So you're going to grab one. Let me get your marking pen. We have our centers already marked, so you're going to want to go 1.5 inches down. And I'm going to grab our connectors. You're going to want your D-ring connectors right here. And I'm going to add double-sided tape. If you haven't already noticed, I'm a big fan of double-sided tape. So you're gonna want to place the double-sided tape right in the middle, out of the seam allowance. So now we're going 1.5 inches down from the center. Grab your connector, and you want it to go right center. Grab your second panel. One and a half inches from the top. Make sure it's all nice and lined up. You can take off your I'm just buttoning it up, and I know that my double-sided tape is gonna hold it. If you want, you can put a little mark here so that you know where it's supposed to line up if you're worried about it shifting. So now we are going to sew around at 1/8 of an inch around the edge. I'm moving my stitch length up to a 5 or a 6. I'm just going to start on one side, hold my threads, and go. So I'm going to do a couple stitches, and then I'm going to back stitch needle down. I'm going to see about how far I can go. I'm going to grab my scrap vinyl. So I don't want to tear up my vinyl with my walking foot. So I'm just going to make sure everything is still aligned, and we are going to go here we go. I want to keep my vinyl scrap piece underneath. Make sure everything lines up. I'm still going at that 1/8 of an inch. Make sure Okay. There we go. So we have one of our connectors connected. We can do our second. So we're going 1/8 of an inch. I'm gonna take a couple. Make sure I don't okay. Okay, second one done. Now we are going to add rivets to all of our exteriors, or all of our like connectors. I'm gonna grab my rivet press. This one here is for my dies. So I'm going to So I have the templates for the rivets. I'm gonna add 2. One side, and do the same to my other side. Do the same to the other ones here. Same for this one. I'm just putting them on all my straps. I'm actually gonna do 2 for each of my straps. So if you don't have to do 2. You can do like 1. Redo this one. Okie dokie. So there we go. I have all my I'm gonna grab my hand punch just in case, because sometimes it's easier, depending, to use my hand punch or my die. So this here I just got from Gold Star Tools. Do the same thing to all my other ones. There we go. So I'm just okay. 2, 2, and 2 for my and there we go. So now I can grab my dies for my other one. Let me see if I have my other, yeah. So these here, so these dies here that I currently have in here, they are for the purse feet that I got from Lux handbags, or from Lux Hardware. So I just need to change them out because I only use these that size for the purse feet because they're like rivet purse feet. They're actually pretty cool. Sorry, I did not realize that I missed so many questions. Let me see. Oh yeah, it definitely passed us. It probably got to you already. Lyndon, no. So I got some on Overstock, and I want to say I paid maybe 300. No, I didn't pay that much. I got really big, like they're 90 inches wide. They're like huge. They're tall. They were in the corner of my when I was heat pressing. They're in the corner, but they're like 90 inches long. I have two. I have the flex foam, which you can adhere or fuse, and then I have just regular like it's a naked tricot foam, like no tricot foam. You can get at Joann's, and it is like maybe $2.99 a yard, and you can just sew it in depending on your machine, because some machines don't like the naked foam that doesn't have the tricot. If your machine likes it, you have some cheaper foam, but I find buying in bulk helps. Plus I really don't use a lot of foam in my bags besides on the TrailBlazers. I mainly substitute for Decavo Light. Oh, Lauren, no, they haven't asked that. I absolutely love it. Like, it's surprisingly not as scary as I thought it was gonna be. The oil is still pretty bad. You can see it kind of there's some like shiny spots on my vinyl, but it's not affecting my cotton, which I'm actually happy about. The only thing that's weird is I'm not used to my foot moving, so like watching my foot move has been kind of like has definitely been kind of messing with me a little bit. I gotta get used to the top stitching for sure. That's so crazy, Sonova, that it doesn't go through all the layers. Sometimes it does. I find like if it doesn't go through the layers, it's because I need to clean it out. Okay. Grabbing my rivets. And we can now add these on. So let's see. These here are ones I got from Lux. Lux, they're like, I want to say you get like 100 for like $5. Probably cheaper. I'm never really good with prices because I tend to forget. Okay. So I'm just gonna add in all of my rivets. And then I will so I'm gonna add my rivets, and then I will go through and press them on. Goodness, cannot believe how late it is already. Like I said, I always think, like, I feel bad because I tell my husband, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be real quick. Like, I made this bag like 3 times. I can definitely like do it quickly, and yeah, that never happens. Here I am at 12:20, and I haven't even done the lining. It is also my fault because I did have to like do an hour of like cutting, and then also I forgot to cut a lot of things. Okay, so I'm just adding my rivets. So many rivets in this TrailBlazer, I forgot. Good thing we're using silver. I tend to always have a lot of silver. I don't use silver that much. So, here we go. Rivets are in. For that one, I can set that one aside with the side panels. And now I can move on to my next. I already put away, oh wait, no, I didn't put away. I could have just got my other press and repunch the holes instead of okay. There we go. Now I have all of my rivets installed. Let me put all these away because I will spill them on the floor. Okay. I have to really like push down, or I have to like really push down on this one, and like it's like when I was doing the TrailBlazer, I think it's just because it's higher. If it was lower, I feel like it would have gone through these, but like I said with my handheld punch, I find that if it doesn't go through, it's because I need to clean out Like, I guess the part where it holds, it punches the holes. So I'm just pressing these on. In the middle. Just want to make sure that I actually punched them all, because when I did the moon wake, I didn't punch one and it came undone. Luckily it was my bag, so it wasn't a big deal. Okay. That was a lot of rivets. So go ahead and move these real quickly. Thank you. I'm actually pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to give this to my son's teacher. Like I said, I was really nervous about the colors because I picked them last minute. Okay. Time to do our interior zipper pocket, our slip pocket, and then we are just making everything, and then we're just about done. Almost there. Okay. So here we go. We have our 2 lining panels and our zipper panel right here. I'm going to fold this just like I did before. I'm gonna do an inch. I'm gonna change this to a number 5 zipper, just because I don't want to have to fuss with that zipper again. You just grab an extra just gonna pull a zipper from doesn't really match, but it'll be okay. I'm just gonna use like this really big, like, okay. I'm just gonna go get one that matches a little bit better, one that's not so thick, because I like those to be for the outside. Okay, I just got a number 5 heart one, and then I can just grab my let's see, what size is this supposed to be? Good. I feel like everything is falling on the floor purposely so that I have to bend down to pick it up. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am losing everything right now. It's one of those days. Okay, so I'm going to just add my zipper. Zipper's on. And have my center, so let's grab my zipper template. We're gonna go 1 inch. It's supposed to be, let's see, a 8-inch box. I want to grab my marking pen. I see my center right here. I'm just gonna mark it. It's easier. So I'm gonna measure 1 inch down from one of the zipper linings. So I'm measuring 1 inch down, and that's where I'm gonna start my box. Grab my zipper template. I'm doing a number 5. If you're doing a number 3, you're gonna want to do the 3/8 of an inch width. I'm doing the 1/2 inch. Yeah, the 1/2 inch. So there we go. So now we're gonna get our lining panel right here, and I'm going to mark my centers. And center there. My second center. Just within that seam allowance. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and fold this so that I have like a nice center crease. That will help also. And I'm gonna measure this down a 1/2 inch from here, and I'm gonna do a marking of my chalk pen, my Clover chalk pen. So I'm just this will just help keep it aligned. And now I'm gonna move my stitch length to a like 3.5. I'm going to stitch the box down, making sure everything lines up. So it does. Actually, I ended up going an inch down, but that'll be okay. So I measured an inch down when I needed to measure a half inch down. I was gonna try to just not worry about it, but I'm me, so it will bother me if I don't like how close that is up there. Okay, so I am gonna just do that 1 inch. I just think it'll be nice. Okay. So now I'm going to put my needle down just enough to where I can see that it hits that line. And now I can go ahead and stitch. And back stitch. Now that I'm at the end. And now just like I did on the beginning, I'm gonna do again so that I know that I have a nice even parallel so I just have my foot up so I can see where my needle is gonna hit, and then I can go a couple of stitches, back stitch, and went a little too far, but I can unpick that. Only I knew where my marker was at. Luckily, I went past it after I had back stitched, so it should be fine, but I'm gonna go ahead and there we go. So that is done. just going to V out, get as close as I can to those corners without snipping my stitch line. Same with the other side. Pull that through. Once you get all this done, it's pretty much just constructing the interior, or the lining, and the exterior. Let's see. Okay. Now I'm just going to use my hands to open up these Okay, so I'm just gonna fold this with my hands, just roll my seams out so they're all nice and even, just like I did on my other zipper pocket. And then I'm gonna grab that zipper I just had, and we are going to stitch that on with a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, like we did the exterior zipper panel pocket. So I'm just eyeballing. My zipper is longer, so I don't have to worry about it not catching. So first thing I like to do is I just want to center it with my pocket here, and we're gonna go at an 1/8 of an inch from that edge. I'm just gonna make sure it's all nice and even. It is. I'm gonna just keep that stitch length. I'm gonna go to a 4, back stitching at the start and stop of my zipper. Just want to make sure that it doesn't okay, so I'm going to put my needle down and move my zipper head up. Like I said, I just want to make sure everything is lined up. I'm going to pivot. Now we're going to do our other side. So I'm just going to just make sure everything is all straight. Move my zipper down a little bit. And now we can make our way down this side. Move my zipper down just a tad. My needles down, move it back up, and there we go. Okay, there we go. The zipper pocket is done. There's one. Now we can let's see. Okay. Now we can add our second one. We want to leave the zipper panel open because that's where we're going to birth our bag through. So I am going to grab some clips, clip my top. And make sure my sides are all even. Turn this up like a 1/4 of an inch. Clip. The same thing to this side. Make sure everything's all nice and even. Turn this up a 1/4 of an inch and flip. Okay, make sure I'm not missing any. Monica, I am using just regular marine vinyl. Yes. I know, Sweet Pea, I am a little exhausted. I've been up since 5:30, but I'll be able to sleep in tomorrow, so it'll be nice. So the speed reducer, it's not anything different than what my Juki was like. Or what my Juki, because my Juki also, you can adjust the speed too. So I will say, it is a lot harder to turn like my wheel than normal, than my Juki, my other Juki. I feel like if I can make all these bags on this machine, I'm wondering if I'm gonna continue to use my Juki. Okay, so my stitch length is at a 4. I am going to close up my pocket at a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Making sure I back stitch. I'm just gonna go all the way around. We want to leave the bottom of this. You want to leave the bottom of the pocket open so you can birth it. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and turn down our pivot. And so I'm just gonna go all the way down at 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. I gotta get used to these like dots that tell you what, like that tell you when your needle is up at the highest point. So I'm gonna go at the bottom of this one because I didn't. I will say that I feel like I can't see as like where I'm starting and stopping on this machine like I can on my Juki because the foot is not as open. Okay, so I'm just cutting out some of this bulk here. Now I can hoping tomorrow my needles come in because I feel like the size 19, I don't know, it's not working for me. Okay, so I'm just going to, with my fingers, press down these ends to kind of help me. And our zipper pocket is done. Set that aside. We can do our slip pocket now. So we have our other lining piece. So for this, so I'm going to, you're going to want to fold the slip pocket just like this. I want to mark my centers on my lining panel. So I'm going to top stitch this on the folded side here. So I'm just putting these right sides together. And we're going to top stitch this, and then I'm going to baste it shut around the remaining 3. I'm just making sure it's nice and even. I'm going to put my stitch length to a so I want to not push the not accidentally push the pedal down when you're trying to lift the foot. Okay. Stitch length to a 6. I am just putting it together, or folding it wrong sides together, and then I'm just going to top stitch right here at 1/8 of an inch. And back stitch. Okay. There we go. So I have my top stitching done right here. Dang it. Let's see, it didn't fall. Let's see, where am I at? So I'm going to baste along the edge. I'm going to put my stitch length back to a 4, well, I'm going to go 3.5. And then I'm going to baste this at 1/8 of an inch around the 3 edges. I'm going to up my stitch length, maybe to like 3 1/4 or 3.5. It's a little bit bigger because this size was a little too small. I'm just going to 1/8 of an inch. Okay. So let's snip off these extra threads. I'm going to mark my centers just within this 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I also want to fold this so I get a nice center crease. And then you can, I'm going to mark my center, clip my centers. It should just really fit. And then I'm going to baste this on to my main panel. So I'm going to baste it first with 1/8 of an inch, and then I'm going to top stitch down the middle. That way my stitch length that you can see is all the same size. Okay. Going all the way around with that 1/8 of an inch. And back stitch. There you go. Cut off these extra threads. If you wanted to, you can leave so you have a nice big slip pocket. I'm going to go down the middle. I'm gonna use my chalk pen to do this. Make sure it's nice and even. Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my stitch length to a 6, and I'm going to do kind of a box. So I'm going to basically go 1/8 of an inch from that line I drew, and I'm going to go up, over, and then back down. Back stitching. Back stitch. I found my other snips. So this is what it looks like right here. So now I have 2 slip pockets, 2 pockets that are together. And now we are going to, let's see. I think we're going to start putting our exterior together. So we're going to draw a line 3/8 of an inch in from the bottom edge of the exterior side panels. So you're going to get your exterior side panels. You need a marking pen. And you're going to want to go 3/8 of an inch from the bottom. So 1, 2, 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to trim down this foam so that I measure correctly. So here we go. 3/8 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch. Okay, 3/8 of an inch, and then I'm going to do the same thing to my other side. Okay, 3/8 of an inch, and I just went ahead and did it on both sides just in case. Let's see, we're going to sew our exterior panels onto our main panels here. So, let's grab one. And let's clip this. So we're gonna clip. Okay. So we're going to stitch this on with a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, and we're going to start at this 3/8 of an inch mark that we made, back stitch, and then go all the way down. You just want to make sure you don't go past that 3/8 of an inch mark that you made. So stitch length is going to go back to 3.5. Just like I do with the zipper, I'm going to make sure that my zipper or my needle is going to be right where that 3/8 of an inch mark or line is at. So I'm going to start, take a couple stitches, back stitch, and just my feet height, just a little bit. Just making sure everything lines up. Okay. So we have our one exterior panel done, our side panel. Now we're gonna do our second. So I'm going to clip on the ends and making sure my edges match. Now I can just line up my edges here. Just making sure everything lines up. So there we go. Just like that. Yes, Linda, I got them off Amazon. I think they're $8 each. They're like $7 and some change. I bought two, just because I lose them. So now we're starting from the other side. So we want to make sure that we stop at that 3/8 of an inch line that we marked out on our the bottom of the exterior side panel. So I'm just going to make sure that everything is all lined up. We're sewing this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm just going to make sure I start and stop and back stitch. I'm just going to adhere this, or not adhere, oh my goodness, my brain is not working. Stitch this at that 3/8 of an inch all the way down, making sure everything's nice and straight. Once I know I'm getting close to that 3/8 of an inch mark, I'm just gonna slow down a little bit. Carefully. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to back stitch. And make sure I get my needle to the highest so I can pull it out. There we go. So now we have our panels. Okay, so we're going to sew that, and then it says to add rivets to the bottom of the connectors. Oh, we were supposed to do the back connector. I did the front. That's okay. I can still add them later, or I can add them now. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna need to wait. I can add them after. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing. The exterior side panels are already marked, so I don't have to worry about doing that again. So I can just line up my edges. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this to make sure it's all nice and even so that my foam is not hanging past my exterior. It will just help to make sure that I'm lining up my exterior and I'm not lining up the foam instead of my actual exterior. Okay. So my bottom is I'm just lining up these edges here. I'm going to line up the edge, top edge here also. So I'm just going to add I'm just going to go ahead and clip this side also, just so it is done. So I'm just lining up my edges. There we go. So I'm going to start from the top here and then making sure, just like we did to the other panels, that we are stopping at that 3/8 of an inch mark that we made. So. Okay. So I'm going to make sure it's all lined up. And making sure that and just like the last one, when I know I'm getting close to that 3/8 of an inch mark, I'm just gonna slow it down a bit. Or press my, luckily I did not go past it. Okay, so now I'm going to back stitch. Okay. Perfect. Now we can do our other side. Same thing, only this time we're starting on the other side. So I want to start right on that 3/8 of an inch mark that we made. Perfect. Okay. And then okay, so I'm going to gonna go with this 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay. So that is what our, I don't know if you can see, that's what our exterior is going to look like, or our exterior. So real quickly, I'm going to add that extra rivet. But I'm going to eyeball it because that's going to be the easier way. Hopefully I knew where my hand punch was at. I think there it is. Okay. So I'm just going to hand punch the rivet that needs to be put here. And I'm also going to eyeball it. Just making sure everything's nice and straight. Okay, so one. Okay. I'm going to grab my 2 extra rivets. I'm going to put them. Okay. Grab your exterior bottom, and I'm going to go ahead and mark my I'm going to go ahead and mark my oh my gosh, I cannot top. I'm going to get my centers. So I want to mark them just with that little triangle snip. Make a little triangle, but just within the seam allowance. It doesn't need to be like super big, just enough to where you can see it yourself. So there we go. So now you're going to pin one long edge of the bottom to the exterior, right sides together. And I'm going to go ahead and mark 3/8 of an inch on all sides of my, on all the sides of my bottom panel, because I need to do the same thing I did with the top. You're going to want to stop. So So I'm doing 3/8 of an inch. Pretty much I'm just making a 3/8 of an inch box. So 3/8 of an inch here. Three-eighths of an inch box right here. And 3/8 here. Okay, so you have your 3/8 of an inch box. This is gonna help you to know where you're gonna start and stop. We're going to start on one of the long edges. I have my centers marked, which makes it a little bit easier. So I'm going to have my seams open like the pattern suggests. I'm going to open my seams. I'm just going to flip just like before. So we're going to start on that right pretty much in this corner where that 3/8 of an inch mark is at. And then we're going to stop at that 3/8 of an inch mark on this side. So we're sewing this all at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I need a couple more clips here. Okay. So I'm just going to get this underneath my foot. Bubbles, you should be asleep, dude. Why are you still awake? So I have my needle down just a little bit, right where I know I want to start and stop. So I'm going to take a couple stitches and back stitch. And then we're going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch. Bubbles, can you turn that down? I'm getting to that 3/8 of an inch. my needle's down. Just gonna go one more stitch. Okay, and now I can back stitch. And let's see where I put my snips at. So I started and stopped at the end. And so what I think I'm going to do is, because I did not realize my little one is still up, probably because he's waiting for me to go to bed, I'm going to just finish the exterior. No, I'm so close to being done. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to finish it. I'm right there. I probably just won't put on the straps. It's kind of a little bit self-explanatory. Just gonna hurry and so we're gonna do the same thing to the other side, starting and stopping at that 3/8 of an inch box that we marked out. I'm just gonna get it under my foot. So I'm gonna take a couple stitches and back stitch. I forgot to hold my threads, but they're okay. So we're going at that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Just making sure everything is lining up. I'm gonna go one more stitch. Whoops. Make sure you don't pull your. Now I'm gonna back stitch. There we go. So now we have our bottom panels done. Now we need to do our sides, just the sides. We did the long edge, now it's time to do the short edge. So matching up my centers right here. You have to unstitch this because you want to make sure that that stays. Well, it shouldn't be a problem actually. I think it'll be fine. It should be fine. It's not going to affect it. So I'm going to pin or clip both these sides, and then I'm going to do the same thing to my other side. My centers are matching, so I know that everything is still aligned. And then just like before, we're gonna start at that 3/8 of an inch, and we're gonna start at that 3/8 of an inch, and we're gonna stop at that 3/8 of an inch. So. Okay, so I'm gonna pull my threads. And then back stitch. I'm gonna put my foot down or adjust my foot a little bit. Okay, and now back stitch when you get to that 3/8 of an inch marking. Okay, so we're gonna do the same exact thing to our other side, starting at that 3/8 of an inch and stopping at that 3/8 of an inch marking. Back stitch. Okay. Trim the seam allowance to trim all the seam allowance to 1/4 of an inch except where the connectors are placed. So you don't want to cut where the side connectors are. We're going to do the same to the other side here. Trim everything down to like 1/4 of an inch. Making sure you don't cut the connectors. And the connectors are only on one of the back sides. So. I'm just trimming up all the seams that we just did. Almost to the finish line. Arm workout to trim them the seam allowance. So I just have one more to do. Okay. It's an arm workout. I totally envy you for being in bed right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my exterior right sides out. Just check to make sure everything looks nice. Okay. Pushing my corners out. So I'm just really pushing out these corners so that okay. So here is the exterior. And then my back with my connectors. Thank you, Rosie. I am really liking the colors. I think this actually fits my son's teacher's personality perfectly. Kind of wishing I was paying attention because I used waterproof canvas, but I really wanted, I don't want waterproof canvas on the back. I wanted vinyl, but I was not paying attention. But that's okay because luckily it blends in, so no biggie. Okay, next step. Okay. So this is what I'm gonna do, because I know that y'all want to also see using the actual cylinder foot. Since it's super late, it's gonna take like an additional like 5-10 minutes to take this off. So I'm gonna stop right here, and then I'm gonna come back on, let's say noon my time, since it's a weekend. I'm gonna come on noon my time live, and we will finish this up. I can add the straps. That way I can take off the cylinder arm, or I can take off the flatbed, and you can see me actually top stitching with the cylinder, because if I continue on, I'm gonna end up just squishing my bag, and I feel like that defeats the purpose of this. Also, I'm absolutely exhausted, and it is almost 2 o'clock. My bedtime is normally 10, and my 3-year-old is up. So I'm gonna stop here, and let's hopefully, I'll put a post also when I wake up, because I'll probably wake up around 10. And I'll make sure I put up a reminder post for everybody to come back so that we can do this, because I really want to show y'all how to take off the flatbed and to actually top stitch on the cylinder. So I think this is a perfect stopping point. We know that our exterior looks really, really nice. We can start with constructing the lining and adding the zipper and everything else.
Look, Mama.
Oh, good job, Bubba's. So thank you, everybody. Good night, and please, I hope to see y'all back here at noon so that we can actually see the cylinder machine in full gear. So I'll see everybody noon my time, which is Central Standard Time. So thank you, everybody. Good night. Yes, I'm exhausted and I'm starving. I haven't ate since lunchtime. So I need to eat and go to bed. But thank you, everybody, for sticking with me so long. I cannot believe it's like almost 2 o'clock my time. I'm sorry, everybody. But I will see y'all noon Central Standard Time, my time. And I'll make sure I put a post up reminding everybody. Bye, everyone. Thank you for sticking with me.